What's up, gamers? How's it going? What's going on? Oh god. Whole computer froze for a minute. Yeah, Oshik. What's up, Season? How's it going? Yo, Zach, welcome in. How's everybody doing? So sorry for all the Windows noises. I'm updating DaVinci right now. It's almost done. Yeah, we are going to be working on Maze Game today. I would like to start getting like items and stuff implemented that spawn around the maze. Banana jump scare, oh yeah, on the bottom. the jump guy, yeah. It's pretty epic. Also, as a little notification, everybody, I have done some quick changes to the overlay. So first off, I fixed the cheese time thing. I realized the timer that resets people's like count of the cheese time redemptions was not running for some reason. So I fixed that, and now every 5 minutes your cheese time will like, so let's say I'll draw it out to describe it, I think. Also, I did add in the clear cheese redemption. So if somebody really doesn't want cheese, then you can get rid of it now. So let's go into here. So basically how it works is like, let's say you have like 3 slots, right? Everybody can redeem 3 things. So you redeem 1 cheese time, boom. 2 cheese times, boom. 3 cheese times, boom. And if you do another cheese time, it throws the error. Every 5 minutes, one of these slots will clear. So 5 minutes, boom. Another 5 minutes, boom. Another 5 minutes, boom. So that's kind of how it works. So every 5 minutes, you get like another cheese credit, essentially. So yeah. But yeah, now it shouldn't be confusing about when you can do cheese time. Oh, your Pip-Boy's dead. That's a bro moment. No, you guys can see my installation. No. Right, let's finish setup. I think I accidentally opened another installer. No, it's fine. All right, we're good. But yeah, anyways, now you can redeem clear cheese. Just as a test to make sure it works, actually, I'm gonna forcibly do a cheese time. And now I'm gonna clear the cheese. Yeah, so it just immediately ends the cheese time. So yeah, it does work. So we're good. No, do not delete my system 32. Anyway, so we got the rover. Check it out, guys. Yeah, I'd like to add in another entity today. Probably a basic one, just like the face guy, but it'd be nice to get started on that. We do have all the movement stuff working. I'll show you guys what I got going on with that now. I fixed all the rotation business, and it's pretty reliable now. So it rotates normal, and I can like cancel a rotation and just start rotating the other way immediately if I want. This is a little more responsive, and I can also rotate while I'm moving and stuff like that. So I could like rotate and start moving right before I rotate. It's just little things like that that'll make movement a little, like, it'll feel a little more responsive, I think. I've also got some camera shake set up now. When the actual rover's moving, you can see like it's shaking. It just looks more realistic, like the rover's actually like going over terrain. But yeah, it works pretty well. Let's rotate. Let's go say hi to the rover. Yeah, and you can use WASD if you want, just for quality of life, but otherwise you can just click the buttons. And we can swap between the rovers too. We should be able to do like instant swapping. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty good. Oh, I might do like an alignment thing. Okay, it is a little broken, so we do have to fix some things with that, the instant swapping. We just have to say as long as the rover is already not aligned. Because if you do it and it realigns what it's already, then yeah, it's all broken. So let's just go up into here. I think it's on like pickup. Yeah, we say active rover align. Let's just say if active rover dot aligned. If it's not aligned, then we do it. And we also need to do that, I believe, right here too on select rover. And that should fix everything. All right. I'm gonna name it Philip. Whoa. Show the guy's name and address saying this Cooper hates cheese. Yeah, just dox everybody. I like do like a quick algorithm search to like find your Facebook page and like dox your real name and stuff. Yeah, that'd be super funny. I would totally love that. We should totally do that, guys. Yeah, it looks like that's more reliable now. So like if I have this rover in motion, technically I can just swap to the other one. You can see it's still moving. So that's good. You can like follow your other rovers. You could like do like a swapping thing like this. Yeah. Anyways, you're asking what this guy is. This is yeah, this is a monster. He's gonna get you. Yeah. He's an evil monster. His name is Ares. I do have to fix his like horizontal movement. Also, I realized a critical error with how this guy rotates is that his rotation is always linked to the player's position and their rotation. So when you look at him through the rover, it's going to be wrong. I realized. So we do kind of have to fix that, actually. What I'll do is just check if the player is in the controller, and if so, then it'll be based off of the rover's position and rotation. And that should fix that problem, hopefully. But yeah. Should be a static screen swapping screens. Yeah, I think we'll definitely juice things up a little bit like that. Make it look nicer. I would like to. I've been just focusing on getting all the basic movement stuff set up, so. He's like the sign? Yeah, it is actually that. Yeah, you can see this guy's just kind of locked. I mean, I don't know if this will work if I get to the side of him. Or if I get in front of him. Now you can see he's still just backwards, so that's the thing we have to fix. But he should be walking normally if I actually go into the maze. It's kind of fun to throw the rovers around. I'll make it so it actually does bad things. Also, you can see I textured the walls of the maze. This is just the same texture as the elevator right now. I just wanted to see what it would look like. Yeah, it definitely makes this place a little spookier. It's darker and scarier. Yeah, you should be able to find the other rover in here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Hello, buddy. I just threw him into the ground. Come on. I want to get him upside down. Come on. Come on. Yes! Okay. Let's go find that other punk. Yeah, we do have to fix the weird sprite flipping with him, because right now, for some reason, his like sprite is weird. So this direction he's fine, because I think it's like north. But then when he goes to the side, it like messes up the rotation. It's a little weird. It's like inverse. He's gonna get me. Oh! Okay. Yeah, you can see when he goes this way. He's like backwards. It's just inverse. I don't know why it's like that. So we're gonna have to figure that out. So let's go ahead and experiment here. I'm gonna turn off his movement again. Oops. Let's go to entity script. And then where he actually does his navigation, we're just gonna say a return. That should fix that. And then I just want to manually set his velocity so we can figure out what's happening here. So velocity is equal to vector 3. I want him moving 1 on the X, 0 on the Y, and 0 on the Z. So this is him moving to the right. You should make it break and it dents realistically. The walls and stuff for the rover. So it seems like that's moving to the right, but maybe it's not. Like, let's go look at the world and see what that actually is, because maybe I'm just stupid. Like, this should be positive X, if I am correct. No, you see, it's negative X. So that is kind of weird, though, because if he has positive X velocity... Like, does he actually move? Let's do move and slide. I want to see if he does actually move to the left. He does. Okay. So we just need to inverse it, really, when the velocity is like that. The way that we do it in here is we get this angle. There's X and Z velocities. We could just say minus velocity X, and that should flip it, and hopefully that'll fix it now. So, hey, bro, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, Maze Game's going good. We're just I'm fixing a bug right now at the rotation of entities. I think that should fix it. So let's go ahead and reintroduce his navigation. Just make sure. Yeah, it's going good. We're probably going to be working on adding in items today. And just tweaking rovers more and stuff, you know? Yeah. We're making pretty good progress, though. I'd really like to get, like, a gameplay loop going pretty soon. So, we don't really need a whole lot of entities or content to get, like, the main loop working. Right? We just need to work on, like, adding in the breaker rooms randomly scattered through the maze, and then we should be good to go, so... Yeah, let's see if this guy rotates properly now when he gets around this corner. I do need to fix this because this is still his idle sprite or whatever. And come on. Oh, we're not at the end of the hall. Still don't know if I should do the billboarding or not. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, yeah, that seems to be working now. So you can see he's going straight. Then when he goes that way, it should kind of change a little bit. Yeah. It's a side sprite. The billboarding probably only looks weird on this guy because he's like very long. So yeah, I don't know. Almost feel like we need like an inverse billboarding, right? I don't know how that would look though. Yeah, anyways, sprite direction stuff is looking good, so let's go ahead and move on. I do want to give him some ambient sounds and also make it so he, like, I need to add attacking to the entities, you know, so they can hurt you. So we're probably going to work on that. I imagine the player's not going to have, like, a ton of health or anything. I think I do have some health stuff set up. Yes, we have max HP and HP. A little stamina. I think we might have a take damage function, which we do. Okay. And then I have a 1 second interval for can take damage. I don't think we really need that. Yeah, I'll just say, I think that was an artifact for Coal Keeper, the way I do the damage. Okay. Camera shake. Don't remember if we use camera shake still. We'll find out. So we're going to just do a simple check in here, which is that if he has a specific distance away from the player, then he gets angry. He gets really angry. Let's say global position dot distance 2. And we'll literally just check for global player. And let's say it's less than 64. No, that's in meters. Less than 4. Then he'll say, var attack target is null. And then we'll set it to the player. So then also down here for like calculating our velocity and stuff, or really our target position, we're going to say if we have identified a attack target, then we're going to go ahead and start updating that attack target position every like couple frames. So I'm going to give this entity scene probably another timer, or we'll just do this. I'll say function update attack navigation. And in this, we're just going to say target position is equal to global player dot global position. So you should follow the player. And we'll set another timer in here. We'll also say if attack target, and actually I'm going to say attack target global position. And we'll create another timer for like 0.5 seconds. Connect it to update attack navigation. All right. And then here we say update attack navigation. So if he gets within 4 meters of the player, he sets his attack target, he starts chasing the player, and he'll keep updating that position every half a second. So let's see if this works. He'll probably just instantly start following me. Ooh. Yeah, so he's chasing me now. You can see that. And I think I'll make it so when he is actively chasing the player, he gets like really fast. So say have another variable here of our speed modifier. 1.0. And in here, if we have a target, let's say speed modifier is like 4 times speed. And we can also apply that speed to his animation. So we can say speed scale is equal to speed modifier. And also down here in his velocity times speed modifier. We have to relaunch the game. All right. So he should see me and then get very angry. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He does get pretty fast. He can't seem to get inside the elevator. That's because there's no navigation region in here. He is very fast. I think he's faster than me. Almost. But I have limited sprint, so I'm kind of screwed once I run out of sprint. Yeah. Okay, well, maybe that's a little too fast. I do want the player to sort of be able to, like... I don't know. I mean, maybe that's actually good because I want it to be faster than you are walking, but maybe a little bit slower than you are running. Just so you kind of have some potential to escape. But maybe something like that would be good. Yeah, like I can still kind of outrun this guy, but once I run out of sprint, you can see that he makes up the distance, so that feels pretty good. We'll tweak his speed when he's in an enraged mode. Yeah, I want to be able to, like... I'll probably have some checks for getting rid of his attack target, which is if we're over a certain distance away. And also if the player is, like, hidden, if they're out of sight, you know? That's probably what we'll do. Might need a different animation for his running. I'm not sure. But I do kind of want to avoid doing a bunch of animations because it's time-consuming. It's scary with no flashlight. God, he just appears. But yeah, it does work. And then once he's like within distance of the player, we'll start his damage stuff. So I'm also going to check in here now for all this walking stuff. This is matching direction. Now I need to check what his actual speed is. So if velocity is equal to 0, then we're going to do idle. Else. Let's actually do this a more automated way. So let's say var animation type is equal to idle. If velocity is not equal to vector 3.0, then animation type is equal to a walk. So we can have like states basically for his movement. Now for this stuff, we're just going to append this on. So animation type plus front. Animation type plus side. And this will get his idling set up. Because I think I have all those. Let's get all these other animations in. I think I might need to go download them. Yeah, I don't really have any of the other ones. Okay. Let me go grab those again. And then we also got that face guy, which I would like to add into the game too. So we're going to be doing that today. I'm just going to download that now. Face. And then we got all of these. So this is idle. Can't tell which is which. I think that's idle. Okay, this is walking back. So Aries walk back. Actually name it that. This is idle back. Walk back, idle back. This is attack back. So Aries attack back. This is walk side, which I believe I already have. I know you guys can't see what I'm looking at, but Aries attack side. I don't know if we'll really actually need the other like animations for the sides, because I don't know if he's ever going to attack anything and you're going to see him from the side, because he's probably only going to be attacking you. But I'm not sure yet. We'll have to discuss that. I think I already got that one. Is there an attack front? Okay, that's what this one was. Motion Smasher Rover. That is true. I guess it's possible, yeah. Let's see what I got here now. So we got walk front. Walk side. Walk back needs to be swapped now for the actual one. Aries walk back. There it is. There we go. Then we got idle side. This one. Okay. Idle front is already good. Idle back. Aries idle back right there. Alright, so that's looking pretty good. We got walk back, walk front, walk side. The only other things then we need is the attacks. So let's go ahead and do that. Attack front. I don't think I have any of the attacks in here yet. The front one I need. So let's do a spreadsheet packer. And then let's do a hit. Spreadsheet packer. And I might have to extract it first. I think I do. Let's do it to the desktop. Yes. Yes. Okay. Now let's put these in here. So these are the attacks. That'll do some damage. Alrighty. Now let's rename this to... Oh yeah, by the way, here, Zach, what are we doing for, like, how are we spelling this guy's name? I have it as Ares, just A-R-E-S. Because that's at least how I know to name it. I don't know, though, if it's actually... Okay, so Ares is how you spell the zodiac. Ares is the god. So I can rename him to Ares with an I if that's specifically what this guy is. Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, if it's not his final name anyways, we don't really have to... I won't change it yet until we actually figure out that then. So... Alright, let's get the front attack. This will be pretty scary when he starts chasing you and screaming. Attack side. And then attack back. Attack back, attack back, attack back. Where's the back of the attack? Where is it? There it is. So, hey, welcome in, Louis. Is there any gameplay yet? There's elements where that's sort of what I'm focusing on getting set up right now, is kind of make the game playable. Really, right now, it's just more disconnected systems, but it's coming together, I would say. I've got the rover movement stuff working, so that's a big step. Right now, I'm just currently working on getting, like, a enemy attacking set up, so that when this guy sees you and locks onto you, he starts chasing you. I need to get set up some code so he stops chasing you. What happens if a guy, like, chases you into your elevator? Does he just go in and kill you? Like... Should I make it so that entities can actually navigate inside of the elevator? It shouldn't be that hard to do. Yeah, hide under the table. I guess I should probably do that. Yeah, the rovers can move around and stuff now, so that's a good first step. Still a lot more that we need to do with the rovers and everything, but it's come along. Yeah, I understand why they murdered you in there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think it'll, like... I think what I'll probably do for the AI is kind of have, like, a percentage of, like, confidence of your position. So if they just lose you for like a second, they're gonna basically still know exactly where you are. But like if you've put some good distance between you and them and then you hide under the table, the odds of them finding you under there will be much lower, you know? That kind of thing. I'll have to figure out how all that's gonna work out. Might be tricky to like... I think what I might do then is have like certain regions that whenever the player is inside of them, they're marked as being hidden. Because I know we want to have stuff like that, like you can go into like a cabinet or like try and hide, right? So I think that's going to be the plan. And then just depending on that confidence level or whatever, or chase aggression, that's their percent of finding you, of like catching you in your hiding spot. Yeah, I think that'll be the best way to do it. We'll have to see though. So something I'm going to go ahead and do right now is on the corridor library, I need to change these. No, it already does the navigation. Oh, right. It's inside the world is where the navigation is done. Right here, navigation region 3D. I'm going to make the agent size larger, just so that he doesn't constantly get stuck in the wall. I'll say agent size radius is like 1 meter. Should help a little bit. As far as size goes, height is probably 2 meters. I'll just keep that as a standard thing. That should work now. And yeah, I guess it should also, I can add this room here, the elevator, into the maze mesh group. So let's do that and give it a group. Maze mesh. Oops. Oh yeah, I have to actually add it. I'll make that global. So now this should be navigable. Well, let's see. I'll have to test for sure, but I like that, yeah. Yeah, it's something we'll have to definitely experiment with, but we should be able to get in here now. Unless it didn't work. How does this work? Because are these all in maze mesh? No. I think it's that the grid map is in maze mesh. Okay. So I probably just need to mark elevator as maze mesh. And hopefully that does it. I think there might be a debug thing so I can see visible navigation. So we can actually see where the navigation points are. Might just be that the door is too small or something. Oh yeah, you can see why he can't get in here. It's just a little too small to fit through the door. So I might just expand the door a little bit, honestly. Just like ever so slightly. Might also be less annoying to get inside of here. So let's do that. Should help with his navigation too. I just want him to be able to barely squeeze through in here. I might have to have a couple different navigation regions depending on the size of the entity, because smaller guys can have more like precise navigation because they can fit. So I might have to do that. All right, let's open up the elevator. And we're just gonna grab these. Also, let's go ahead and model the other like face of this elevator too while we're here, because something I've been meaning to do for a while anyways. So I'm just gonna stretch this one out, I think. Did notice that these are not actually centered, so let's try and do that perhaps. It's like, what's the distance here? Let's just say -1 on that. And this one should also be at just 1. Keep everything centered. Like that. So we should be able to just squeak through then. We'll have to see. And then let's go ahead and extrude this out a little bit. Let's just extrude it by 0.5. Probably is adequate. -1 over here. 1. Yeah, let's undo that. Extrude both of these to -0.5. Now I can fill in this geometry. I'll definitely be doing some more modeling on this elevator entrance and stuff to make it look epic, but this is good enough for now. I just want to have that front face there like that so it's not weird and broken. Technically, we don't even need these edges here then. Yeah, I think I'll just be very specific about where the geometry is, so like this is what all we need. And let's also check the whatever it is. I always forget where this one option is. I think it's in overlays, and I want to see face orientation. There we go. So yeah, that actually already looks good, so we're good to go. Just want to make sure all the faces are proper in here. It should be good. Alright, so now the elevator should not have that weird door anymore. One-sided door. And then we can put the actual door that closes in there and stuff. Alright, let's see if he can navigate in there now. He still can't. I think it's just ever so slightly... Also, I noticed there's a little bit of clipping going on there. I think we'll raise up that edge right there just a touch. The collision should automatically update because I have it just set up inside of the .blend file to generate a collider for this room, so it's actually really convenient to do it that way. Because if I make any changes to the model, then it just instantly updates the collision. So yeah, let's just do... Also, let's raise up that part so it doesn't clip anymore. Or we could actually raise this part. No, because I want it above the other part. Yeah. We'll just raise this up just a little bit. 0.05 or something. Just a tiny bit of a lip right there. I guess we just gotta expand it a little bit more. Just enough to get this guy fitting in here. Let's expand on the x-axis. Oh, that's funny how that works. I need to redo the faces right here. Because it's not actually connected, technically. Same with this one, too. Let's fix that. Your father came over. Oh, yeah? That's crazy. Oops. What did I just do? Alright, we gotta fix the orientation on these faces. We can just say mesh normals and then flip. Okay, now we can grab... let's do this. Grab all these vertices and expand just a little bit more. Let's go 1.1. And hopefully that's enough. I don't want to really make the door much larger than that, so... Let's see. Said he's proud of you. That's epic. It's just not quite enough, is it? Maybe I just need to decrease his radius by just like a touch, I guess. Instead of 1, let's go 0.75. That'll probably be fine. Come on. Yes. Now he can squeak through here. So if I aggro him... Yeah, now he can come inside the elevator, which is pretty scary. You can't get me down under here, but you can get close. Cool. Alrighty. Yeah, he shouldn't collide too bad with the walls now. It's okay if he does a little bit of clipping. Like, honestly, it's not a big deal, but I just don't want him to be, like, fully inside the wall, you know? Mainly, it's around these corners, I think, is the most problematic spot. So... Because it does that little, like... That little diagonal bit. He does clip a little bit, but I don't think it's going to be a big deal. I imagine this guy's kind of large anyways, so... I think other guys won't have so much of a problem. They're not going to be, like, as tall as him, or as long as him, so... It'd be cool if I could, like, throw an item at him and it, like, stops him for a second. Cool. Yeah, the navigation's working. So I think we're good to go. We can model out this elevator door and make it look cool now. Elevator door. Single speed center opening. I guess this will be a double door. Yeah, we'll just do something kind of like that and make it look more industrial. Surprised how much you did in 40 minutes. Yeah, appreciate it. Yeah, definitely, like, just experience, you know, helps a lot. I've been through a lot of this stuff already with Starground and, like, other projects, so it's good. Knowledge is very nice. Makes things go faster. So yeah, let's do some cool little insets and stuff on this. Let's do right here. Let's I would like to have, yeah, just a little bit of like an inset thing. Let's do just a small loop cut maybe. If I can, like, get it in the right position. Something right there. Now what I can do is delete these faces. Let's extrude these two edges up by like 0.5 pixels, or not pixels, meters. I'm still in Starground brain. Now we can fill all this in. We might have to do a funny face here, I don't know. Actually, I could probably make this work if I just do that, and then this guy. Yeah. Alright, so that gives us that inset there. We can do like a bit of a rim all the way on the outside of here. So let's do that. I'm gonna have to completely redo all this geometry again, so let's just do it. Alright. And honestly, just get rid of these two. Alright. So let's extrude all these out just a little bit. For how thick we want the rim to be. Let's go... Should I have this just be a little bit rounded? I think I will. Because it'll look cool. At least the top here. 2.5. Maybe do just a touch at the bottom as well. I think it helps make it look a little more industrial looking. Okay, so now we're going to grab all of these edges. Like so. And I think that's all of them. Yeah. We're going to extrude these out by minus 0.1. Then we can start rebuilding. Let's see if I can do this. I want to do extrude along normals. Offset even. Yeah, it doesn't quite do what I want. It does look cool, but there's like proportional editing. So the normals aren't quite the same, so let's undo that. We'll just do it manually, it's not a big deal. Like these ones, we'll extrude out by minus 0.2. Same with these vertices. 0.2. And all these ones. Oh, and this one should have been extruded out. I just forgot. Okay, so dealing with the corners here, really what we need to do is push these to the side. So let's do... I don't really care if this is absolutely perfect, because I don't think anybody else will care. It's not like this is some kind of like ultra high fidelity game where every little detail matters, so I'm just going to kind of eyeball it. That looks pretty good for a corner right there, like that. Anyways, now we can grab all these, extrude it back by 0.1, and then we can start connecting up all the faces. So let's do, I think, like 0.7, 0.6. What are these values here? I think it's 0.7, yeah. Minus 0.7. Hey! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? What's going on? What are you up to today on your stream? Yeah, we're currently just doing some 3D modeling. Just eyeballing everything, because why not? Let's see, is this actually at the same height? Where do we do that again? It's in like one of these tabs. Yeah, right here. Global. Z is not quite right. So let's just set it to 0.4 or 4. Chillin', is locked in doing pixel art mainly. Managed to get mouse aiming working and beginning of stream. Nice, that's awesome stuff. Yeah, it's going good. Just, yeah, working on modeling this elevator out a little bit more and making it look more epic. Yeah, other than that, we worked a little bit on the entities in the game. I can show that off in just a minute here. But they're looking pretty good. I got some like targeting logic set up so that they can actually go after you. Yeah, I think progress is coming along. Really, right now, my main goal with this game is just getting the main gameplay loop playable, and of course sprinkling in little cool visuals and stuff whenever I can. But yeah, I can show everybody what this whole game's about in just a second here. Just finished this face, and there we go. Elevator is modeled better now. It's not just a box. So yeah, that looks better for sure. And I'll add in some more textures and bolts and little gizmos to make it look cool. All right, so this game is a horror survival game. Basically, you're in this elevator. You have these different... Oh, that's the enemy targeting stuff I was talking about. But there's entities that wander the maze that will get angry at you. This guy has no way of stopping his like targeting right now, so we have to add that. But you control these rovers. You have your little tablet here. You can rotate them and move them around and stuff. Ignore the blue plane. That's just the visible navigation regions. I was just making sure that they could get inside the elevator. But yeah, you basically send these rover out. You explore. You collect items and bring them back into the elevator. The whole thing is like you technically can walk into the elevator just on foot, but it's extremely dangerous because there's evil, scary guys like this guy that'll kill you. So you don't really want to do that. It's kind of more just as a worst case scenario if you do end up going on foot. You know, your rovers are all broken and you have to go collect them and fix them or whatever. Only if you mess up really bad. Yeah, you bring things back. You once you've activated all the like breaker switches, you can head down to the next level of the maze, and it's a roguelike because you're basically just going as far as you can. See how long you can survive on each run. And yeah, that's the gist of it. This guy doesn't have any sounds yet, which makes him not that scary. But we'll definitely be doing that. Yeah, it's coming along though. Hopefully today we can get some like items implemented. I want to get like the storage system and just being able to pick up items and stuff. It would be very nice. So that's what we're probably going to be working on. Yeah, progress has been going good though, for sure. Yeah, dabbling with a little bit of modeling. I'm gonna go ahead and create that board now. We have a idea for like a cork board with things on it, so let's just model that super quick. It's just a plane, so it should be pretty easy. Yeah, we're gonna go deep into animating pixel art. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I've done a lot of pixel art animation for Starground. That's the other project that I usually work on. Yeah. This is definitely kind of a new discipline, I would say, for me. I mean, I've modeled stuff before, so it's not like I have zero experience, but like, I guess just in the context of like game development and programming in 3D, it's definitely been like sort of an interesting challenge to learn all the little differences, but so far things have gone pretty well though. Just gonna extrude that in. I'd probably just accidentally created a double face. And then I'm going to extrude this out, because whiteboards always have that little ledge, you know, for the pens and whatnot. And that's literally it for that. So we can see what that looks like in here now. We'll have to move this hose because it's a little bit in the way. I do like these 2D like decorations though. It's very FNAF coded, which is epic. FNAF has a lot of decorations like this, like the paper pals on the wall and stuff. They're just sort of a 2D image, but it looks 3D just because you can't really see it from any other perspective. Might even be a little bit too large for the board. Thinking we shrink it a little bit. Let's do that. No, I don't really care what size this board is. Like, it doesn't have to be dimensionally accurate or anything. And I just want to make sure it doesn't kind of clog up the workshop area or the workbench. Let's see what this looks like now. Yeah, that's a little better, I think. Yeah, because your tablet will kind of be down there, so you can put your notes up. And this will give you sort of an overview, like if anybody's played Phasmophobia, you know. It's not necessarily functional like it is in Phasmophobia. Like, Phasmophobia, it's more of just like it actually tells you information that's valuable and stuff. But this is more just going to be like a... I'm trying to find where it is. It's like, there's like the board at the beginning of playing Phasmophobia that tells you all the like, this ghost is like this. And let's see if we can see it in here. It's on this wall, but you guys know what I mean. But yeah, it's mainly just going to show you like what's your current hunger level and everything. And you can probably also put other notes that you find out in the maze too up on here. I think that would be cool. In case there's like a password you find or just something that you want to keep track of, right? Could be nice. Yeah, we definitely need to do some more texturing. That's something that's, I think, definitely needs work. Because, like, do some normals and stuff on this texture. This is just like the metal elevator texture. I think, though, I want to get away from the, like, realistic look, like the shiny metal and stuff, and more go toward a little more stylized. So we can go into that material. Like, specifically this pipe metal. We have roughness is fine, but I don't know if we actually want any normal maps, because... actually, it doesn't even have a normal map, does it? Okay, well then we're already good. Yeah, I'd like this to, I think it's down in sampling to be nearest. I think it just looks cooler. And I might purposely shrink this texture a little bit, so let's go ahead and do that. I want to just make it lower resolution. So we're gonna go into Maze Game. Textures, and specifically pipe normal and diffuse. I do have pipe normal. What do I use that for? I don't really know. I guess I'm using that for the roughness map, which is fine. I wonder what a roughness map should actually look like. I don't know. So yeah, these are pretty high res right now. I say let's go ahead and just resize them down to half the size. At nearest neighbor, so it looks nice and crunchy. Same with this guy. Keep doing the wrong one. Scale image new size. Just think it'll fit the vibe better. We want to go as sort of like a, you know, PSX style a little bit, but not like... I think we're gonna sort of change these textures to be more painterly. This is just sort of a temporary placeholder more than anything. I think it would be really cool if the textures were actually like more hand painted. Yeah, I like how that looks better. And I think we just keep doing that. Like do it also with the elevator metal down here and stuff. That one does have like a lot going on. Brush metal's different. That one also does have a normal map here. I think I might just turn that off. And then, let's see, we have just metal. This is the one. Let's turn off the normal map. Because I think normal maps just, I don't know. I mean, it can look cool. But I don't want it to look too, like, real. I don't know. We'll have to see. Yeah, those are all at 1,000 also. Let's grab those and shrink them to 256. So we need metal diffuse. I don't know if I use the bump. Do I? Got our diffuse, our normal. That's it. So we don't really need this bump texture in here anymore. I can't even like view it for some reason. Let's just delete it. So diffuse and normal. Let's open up both those. Scale to 256. Boom. And scale to 256. Boom. Snooze that ad. All right, now in here, I also want to say on material, sampling, we set that to nearest. So it's nice and crunchy. Look at that. Yeah, we'll probably have to keep tweaking the texture sizes depending on the actual size of like the model it's on and stuff, because that is kind of important. Yeah, I think this gives a better vibe now. I think normals at a really low resolution could actually look kind of cool. So I guess I'm not actually really opposed to doing normals. It just adds a little more life to these textures, I think, so. As long as it fits in with the low-res vibe, I think it could work. But yeah, doing these as the nearest neighbor, I think, makes it look a little more intentional, right? And I think maybe we could go 512 instead for these larger textures, because it is quite a big section, right? So let's go 512. Save those, and it should update live, I think. Yeah. I feel like that looks pretty good. I want it to be low res, but not like super low res. There's some games that go crazy with how low res the textures are. I think it's fine, but I would like to be able to sprinkle in a bit of detail onto here. Yeah, this amount looks pretty nice, I would say. Like, same with this metal, I think. Could even go a little bit lower with this metal, but it's good enough, I think. We also have, like, these rubber bits. I might do a procedural texture for those. Let's look at what we have for that right now. Because right now we just have this texture. We do not have a normal map. I thought we did, though. Black rubber normal, yeah. We could enable the normal map on this and then just crunch it down. And these will probably go to 256. I don't think we're ever going to have crazy big rubber textures. I don't think I'd bother with... I do have a roughness, which is the bump map here. I guess we can keep that around also. So let's also do rubber bump. We'll resize this to 256. Boom. This can get resized to 256. Boom. And lastly, the diffuse. Which I can't remember if I use the diffuse. I don't know. I probably do. Yeah, I do. And lastly, sampling nearest. Let's see what that looks like now. There's not really that many things that are rubber, but I think like the buttons on here and stuff are rubber. I think that looks pretty cool. I might lower the Normal map, strength a little bit to like 0.25, so it's more flat. I think that looks better. But yeah, I like how that rubber looks. I think this sort of mild normal mapping like that could be cool. Just so the game doesn't look completely ancient. I'd almost like to go a little bit from like more of a, not so much PlayStation aesthetic, but more like a early 2000s PC game aesthetic, you know? Like Half-Life. Get out of here. I think I'll also drop the normal map a little bit on the metal. Just a tiny bit. Normal. Just drop it to like 0.5. I want the normal map to be pretty subtle. I don't want it to be too emphasized, you know. But especially like when you're running through this, it looks pretty nice because it kind of you can see it affecting the flashlight a little bit, which is cool. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. I don't have any roughness map on this, on the metal. I know also that they're making a change soon to the way that metallic is handled in Godot, which it looks very nice. It looks way more realistic. I think it's the 4.6, the newest dev snapshot. You can actually see it in here. Array fixes. Yeah, metallic surface, you can see. This is the old one. It makes everything very dark, but then the new metallic actually looks like metal. It looks pretty good. It's got that classic kind of chrome look, you know? So I think it'll look very nice, for sure. Yeah, I've always been a little dissatisfied with the old metal. Because it's just, yeah, it's just way too dark. I don't know why it's like black. But this looks really cool, so I'm excited for that change for this game. I don't know when 4.6 is coming out, but 4.5 literally just came out, so... Yeah, I think it looks super cool if everything looks sort of hand-painted, but like low-res nearest neighbor vibes. Alright, we can go ahead and hide this navigation region again. Let's get that out. Let's do... I think we have like a table for entities, don't we? Yeah. So let's copy all these now. Let's see. What do we want to call the name of the face guys? If you're here, Zach. I'm not sure. I don't know if we had a name. Let me go double check. And the characters. Oh yeah, hollows. Yeah. We can call them the hollows. The hollow. That's how you spell hollow, right? That's stupid. Yeah. Let's go copy the test entity now. Oops, I didn't mean to click rename. And call this guy the hollow. So this is where we can finally start actually implementing entity-specific behavior. Up until now, every entity has just kind of been the same vibe, but now we can go crazy. I don't think we'll have any of these animations for this guy. Because he's just going to be a static like image practically. By the way, on the image that you sent me, is that supposed to be like an animation, or is it just two different faces? Because I can make it an animation. See, I can just get rid of all these other ones. Just to be safe, though, make it this unique. I don't know if I actually have to say make unique on the sprite frames, because I think they're always unique. But... Med, he frowns far away and then smiles and laughs at you when you're too close. Okay. You can do that. Oh, it's going to take forever. Yeah, let's just try and bulk delete. No, it doesn't work. Wrote a mirror on the sticky note wall? Oh, okay, cool. Let me read that here then. It's Aries. Moth guy. Oh yeah, scary background faces. Yeah, that could be cool if they laugh when you're too close. I'd like them to just start laughing and then just like kind of fade out. I want them to be basically that one entity, SCP face entity, whatever that guy's called. This guy, yeah, 087B. This is him. Yeah, I want to get to the actual wiki. Here we go. Wait, is this is the fandom? Where's the actual one? Here it is. No, that's the game. Where is it? Yeah, let me just go to SCP and find it here. 087. Just want to find the actual thing. Seen that face a million times. Yeah, I think it's... I mean, I don't know if it started as an SCP thing. I don't really know, to be honest. But that's just what I know it from. I don't know if it even, like, references it here. It doesn't even, so I don't even know where that comes from. It must just be from the game, I guess. Yeah. It's just a horror game that has those faces in them. It's like, yeah, the glimpse, this guy. Randomification of the game manifests before a player with or without its smile. When the player moves close to it, it suddenly vanishes, and it whispers no to the player. Yeah. Could be kind of cool. All right. So let's go ahead and import that guy. And this guy will be this size. Is that what you want, or is this not what you want? I mean, how big do we want these faces to be? This is pretty large. So we got ads. It's a brown moment. Small? Okay. Let's see, extends. Why can I extend entity? Is it not a thing? Oh, yeah. Okay, the size of, like, the player's face. Yeah. All right, so just so that we're on the same page with the sprite resolution stuff, it looks like this sprite seems to be 420 by 420. So I think what we're going to do is probably keep the resolutions in line with, like, the size of the entity, right? So if we want this guy... Let's insert as a new document. Right, to be sort of approximately... I mean, how big is it? Yeah, it is that big. Oh no, it's all good. There's a non-issue. So, like, let's just divide his height by 4. So yeah, we actually want to change the resolution of the sprite based off of his size. So we're basically just keeping, because they're all, like, relative to each other. So you can see when I change that now, He should shrink. So size is 0.01. Oh, it's like, oh, I gotta redo the... So 2 horizontal. There we go. So now you can see how he's changed size, right? All of the resolutions of the images are relative to each other. So something that's half the resolution will be half the size of a different guy. But yeah, I think just keeping with that vibe is probably a good idea. And like you said, it's probably just you thought it was like a different setup. But yeah, I'm just gonna make this guy kind of a under the regular entity class. It's probably gonna be the easiest way to do it. Yeah, now I can go ahead and do this stuff in here. It would be cool to do the there's an effect in Voices of the Void with that one sleep demon guy. Let me go get him. I don't know what this guy's called or whatever. Okay, I'm kind of spoiling everything. The Insomnia Demon. This guy's interesting how, like, you view him. Because when you look at him straight on, he's completely invisible. But then when you look at him to the side, that's when he starts to appear. Like, only in your peripheral vision. So we could do something like that for these guys. I don't know if that's the vibe we want. But it's pretty interesting. Yeah. I don't know. So what is this guy called? Insomnia Demon? Yeah. It could be pretty interesting. All I need to do is just get the angle from this entity to the player's camera direction. And then just turn that into like an alpha for his transparency. So I'll see if it works out. I'm just gonna create some functions here. So he doesn't inherit the vents up in here. I do need to do some things in here. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Just call that sprite. And then sprite type. Is this animated sprite 2D? Does that inherit from sprite 2D, or is it a completely different thing? I don't know. I'm not sure. Sprite base. Okay, that's what it is. So it's a sprite base 3D. Let's just do that. Get an ordinal sprite, just so we can get him and reference him. And then let's fix all these things in here with animated sprite. A lot of this I'm only gonna do if he's actually an animated sprite. Because otherwise it doesn't make any sense. So we can literally just say if sprite is animated sprite 3D, then we do all this stuff. Otherwise, none of that stuff happens. And you also need like some other variables, probably like var aggressive, so we know whether he's actually going to target the player if he's nearby. The entity targets nearby player stuff. So if aggressive, I'm just going to set that to false right now so we can actually test all this stuff. There we go there. Alrighty. I think I might be realizing also something here that I might need to figure out. Actually, I don't know if that matters. I'm just thinking for the rotations of the sprite. Because right now, the way that the sprites rotate is it's relative to the player's position. But I wonder if it should be relative to the player's camera. I don't know. I think I'll leave it how it is now, but maybe I'll cycle back on that. Alrighty. So now in the hollow, just gonna go ahead and do this. Ready. We can call super now. And on ready, I want to set his speed to be 0, but I'll define that later in the entities table. So, hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so you should inherit all of this stuff in here now. Let's also go fix this one and just call this sprite. And let's rename that test scene to Ares. Back into the entities table. Let's fix his scene. I'll call him Ares, actually. And that's another thing I'm going to need to know, which is his ID. So we're going to have export var entity ID. I wish there was a way I could like dynamically create a enum for this. I'm not sure if there is, though. Where it's just an enum of every single entity in the game. It would be super cool. But I don't think that would work. Yeah, that's probably fine. Maze game dot entity dot. I'll just do that as the default so it's easier to type in. It's not really that big of a deal, I guess. Let's just do like that. So now they both have their entities IDs defined. Let's also redo this actually. So he extends entity and define his thing. All right, it's coming along. Let's also do this up in here. We're just going to say var entity data, let's type dictionary, and on ready, we're going to say entity data is equal to oops, global.entities table.get entity ID. So that we can get that information about him. And that's where we'll like also define like, is the entity aggressive? What's their speed? You know, all that kind of stuff. This is where we can start to make their AI interesting. All right, so back to this guy. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is get the current... I'm just thinking how this is going to work. I need to like get his position relative to the angle of the player's camera. So... how is that going to work? Unless I do some wacky rendering things, but that seems like it would be more work. Just thinking here how that's going to work. So I know his position, I know the player's position. And then I can kind of triangulate from the camera angle, probably. I think what I need to do is just check, like... I think that's what I do. So here's what we can do. We can check... global position.direction to, and then global.player.global position. So this is checking the direction vector to the player. So the next thing is now checking the vector coming out of the camera against this direction vector. So the way I can do that, I think, is just say vector 3, 0, 0, 0, and then just get global.player.camera dot global rotation dot y. Or cam rotation. So now I can say player rotation minus cam rotation. So if they're the same, then that means it equates to 1. So we're gonna say minus... Oh no, if there's the same, it should be 0. Yeah, so we can now say value is equal to that. And I'm just gonna print out what value is so we can figure out how that all works. Alright, so let's go ahead and create one of these guys in the world. I'm gonna get rid of this other guy here temporarily. And let's go ahead and do... Oh, also I probably need to fix a thing in here. I think I do. Yeah, right here, entity. Let's do Ares. I need to put enemies into their own scenes. Yeah. Alright. Let's put one of these faces, or the hollow, into the scene. Like that. Now we're just gonna load up the game and see what happens. Hopefully nothing crashes. It might. Okay, we're good. So you can see that vector now at the bottom in the output. You can see what it's printing out. So you can see at 0 is when we're completely facing away from him. And then it looks like 3, like pi, is when we're looking at him. And that's all on the Y rotation. But 0 is also when we're looking at him. We'll have to figure this out. Rotating the camera does affect it. Because 0 is looking away from him, and then if I'm over here, it doesn't change. I wonder why. Let's try and figure out what we're calculating here. I'm going to print out what player rotation is so I can figure out what that is. And see what value I'm actually getting, right? Okay, so that doesn't affect any Y rotation. That just gets the X and the Z. I think what I really need to do is get the angle actually to the player. So we want to say, let's hide that one for now. Player rotation dot or honestly, let's just say global position dot angle 2. And that should return an angle instead. So you can see what that angle is now. So it gets up to pi, it looks like, and then here it's refreshing too slow. So here it's like 0. Then it's... Is this that same issue we were having before? I think so. We need to say angle to point or something, I think. What is it? It's angle... Hold on. Oh, excuse me. Thought it was angle. Direction. Let's go look at what we do inside of entity, because I know that we're getting it there. Yeah, angle to point. Okay, so that should be correct then. But apparently angle to point is not a thing. Oh, because you can only do that with vector 2. But we don't care on this one about... we only care about the X and Y, not the vertical. So let's get a var pos 2D. I'm already getting this stuff, aren't I? It's out of here. Local player position 2D. And then let's just convert our global position.x, global position.z. Local pos 2D is that. So let's just print out what that is. Should be fine now. Okay, so that's just that value. Okay, now let's say local position 2D dot angle 2 point. Local position or local player position 2D. That should return the proper angle now, I think. Oh, and it is a local thing though, so I am gonna have to do... Let's just copy this down. And I don't care about rotating this. And I also need local player position. Oh, and then I just say here vector 2.0. And then I don't need to know my local position. Okay, this should work now. Alright, so we can see down there the angle. So this is just an absolute angle toward the player camera. Now what we need to do is basically just subtract that by the global rotation of our camera. And I'm pretty sure that that'll work. So we're going to say var player rotation is that. And I'll say that minus that. So let's see if that works. And then let's also print it out. Okay, so you can see what that value is. It looks like, unfortunately, it does not stay consistent. We might just need to subtract it the other way. I'm not sure why it's so random. It's going to be tricky to figure this out. Let's print out what camera rotation is so I can actually see what that is. Okay, so camera rotation, here, it's too confusing. Let's stop printing final rotation. So that's -3 looking there. Let's get the, let's print both of these. And also the player rotation. So looking here, looks like it's different by half, which is interesting. And here, still different by half. Still different by half. Still different by half. So it looks like we just need to do an offset of pi or whatever. I think on the first value I'm printing, which is the player position, I just need to say minus pi divided by 2. I don't know if that'll actually work. Oh, I need to say plus pi divided by 2. Rotations are tricky. Okay, so now you can see... So did I just click on that somehow? That was weird. when I'm looking at him, I have the same rotation on both. So that'll equal 0 alpha transparency. But then you can see it's also still offset, like when I go over this side. So there's definitely something like different here. So the transition point here, this is at pi. It's definitely going to be hard. I know with these two values, I could probably figure it out, but I'm trying to think how. What I really need to get is not the... Yeah, I just need to get the difference of this rotation toward him. But how do I do that? Let's draw this out really quick so I can kind of conceptualize this better, I think. So, let's get one of these boards we had somewhere. Let's say this is the position of our guy, of our entity. And this is where the player is, over here. So, we're getting this. We know the rotation of this camera. So let's say that this is 0 rotation. So camera's rotated towards 0. And also the angle, we need to know like the angle to the player here. And it'll probably be inverse of whatever it is. Because in this case, it's going to be returning down. When in reality, we want the inverse of that. So I think that's part of the problem. So let's make that negative so that we get the inverse angle. That'll probably help a little bit. Let's ignore the plus 2 pi for now thing. Okay, so back into here. So if the player is here, he's going to be returning an angle like this. Let's just make sure that works out. At least how I think it does. So really his angle will be 0 here. That'll be... Where does this angle get zeroed? Very interesting. So the global rotation of our camera is at 0 when we're looking toward positive Z. Is the player rotated wrong? Let's go double check. Because that might actually be part of our problem here right now. No, they are facing toward negative Z, so I don't know why rotation is 0 there. It's a little odd. Well, it is what it is. So 0 is there, and his angle to us right now is pi divided by 2 for some reason. So basically what I want to do is just get this set up so if I'm looking at him, my angle is minus pi. This is pi over 2. I think I just need to add, I don't know if this is going to work, but to the player rotation plus pi over 2. So we can see those values line up. So we're looking at him, the alpha should be 0. Then as I turn away from him, this is going to turn into pi minus pi over 2, which should be like 1.5. Then likewise over here, my angle, I look away from him, then it's going to be that minus the other one. So technically that works for that specific rotation. I guess the question is like if it's going to work for everything. I don't know. And let's go ahead and just convert this into ABS. Same with this one. We're going to do everything in terms of absolute values, I think, here. Although that does seem to mess it up somehow. Oh, I think it's because that has to be negative first, and then we ABS it. Okay, so we're both at pi. I turn away, it goes toward that. Let's check from a different angle now. So we're both at 1.5 pi. I look away. This might actually work. And then if I'm over here, both at 0, that number becomes larger. And then if we're over here... Ah, but this one's broken for some reason. So this one works because the numbers are aligned. They're both at 0. This one works because they're both at pi over 2. And this one works because they're both at pi. But then for some reason on this one, I'm at pi over 2, but on him, he's at 4. There's pi. I think that's just because of how rotations work. It's complicated. So I want his limit to be pi. Because here it should be like going back down from pi instead of just completely looping back around to 4. That's what's really weird about this, right? My camera angle is like a smooth 0 to pi, but then he's 0 to pi times 1.5 and then back down to half pi and then to 0 again. Doesn't make any sense. And I do think it's because I'm adding pi over 2 here. Like, if I get rid of that, I'm curious to see how that changes his values. You can see that does fix it, so he has smooth values now. But yeah, still, again, the issue is that we are... it's not correct. Because these are always off now by half a pi. There's got to be a way to fix this. It's basically like if I graphed this. I'm sure we can figure this out. It's almost like he's cosine and then the player camera rotation is sine. So like they are the same values, but it's just their phase is off. So I'm gonna have to figure out like how I can offset that. So I could say this plus pi over 2. And that doesn't work, but minus pi over 2. Then cosine is aligned. Just trying to think how I can do that though. Rotated. I don't know if I can rotate an angle. It's not really how that works. It's annoying because it's so close, you know? And then you can see as I get to the edge, it should be like good. It's like I just need to offset like the camera rotation maybe. Plus pi divided by 2. Let's see what that does. Okay, so maybe I need to subtract the camera rotation. That might do it. Let's find out. But then, see, that's the issue, is it goes into negative. And then it's all off. So that doesn't really fix the problem. You can see it's aligned. And then right there is where it gets misaligned. This is a tricky one. I'm sure there's probably a really easy solution to this that I'm just stupid and don't know. It's like what I need to do is rotate the local player position. Like, do you think this would do it? Rotate it pi over 2. Let's find out. Or maybe rotate it negative pi over 2. Let's see. So that's both at 3. That's at pi over 2. Oh, that's at 0. Oh, we might be onto something, gamers. Okay, watch this. Ready? I think this will work. Now we can just print what rotation is. And it'll be the difference between these. So when I'm looking at him, you can see that value 0. Right? And then when I look away from him, that value increases. So this is good. This is good. I think this is going to work. Just make that ABS. And then say modulate dot A is equal to rotation. Are you guys freaking ready for this? We need to modulate on a null instance. Let me restart the game. Sprite. Oh, it's because I'm stupid and don't call super unready. Okay. Probably? Oh, it's probably because I'm not saying on ready for that, aren't I? I have to say at on ready var sprite is get node or null. It's got to be the issue. Okay, check this out, guys. You ready? He's invisible, and then look, as I turn my camera. Okay, it's weird how it's very it like snaps in, but you can see the vibe. It's there. Okay, I don't know why it's snapping like that. Let's try and figure that out. Modulate.a. Oh, it's probably just because I need to go enable like transparency on this sprite. I bet that's what it is. Because you can see when I change his modulate, it's probably not. Yeah. So how do I do that? I think it's in flags. Alpha cut. I need to do alpha hash. Now watch this. Maybe we do opaque prepass. I'm not sure what the best like one is here. Oh, that looks way better. Okay, watch this. This is gonna work. Eventually figured it out. Okay, look. So don't see him. As I turn to the side, you can see him. Right, invisible, visible on the edges of my camera. See, that actually works really well. That's pretty cool, I think. And then we can apply the same thing. All it is just getting a position, so we can also do this now on the rover cameras too. So it's like you rotate, you see him just in the corner. It'd be pretty epic. I do think we need to like brighten up this image because it's very dark. It's kind of hard to tell that he's actually a face, I think, in the darkness. So maybe what we need to do is just give him like some glowing eyes, you know. And this one is like the laughing. Like that. Now let's try this. Right? You see him. It actually works really well. I'm surprised that we got it. I was starting to lose hope a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. But looks like we're good. Cool. Well, we can simplify all this code now. Yeah, I just had to offset this by negative pi over 2. I don't know why the rotation is different like that. I mean, it's whatever, but... But that's the glory of, Oh, you're looking now? Okay. Let me show you. I made his eyes white. So you can't really see him, right? He's pretty much invisible. And then when I turn my camera, he starts to become visible in the edges of my screen. So you only ever see him on your peripheral vision. So like if you're walking past, all of a sudden you see him appear on the side of you like that. But you don't ever like see him when you're looking straight on. And I can tweak the values a little bit so it's like more, it ramps up faster or whatever toward the edge. Yeah, it's pretty epic. I think there's a cool little effect. Yeah, I think that could work. It would be cool to enable some other effects on this project. I think Bloom would look kind of cool, maybe. So let's enable Bloom. So I want to see what it looks like. Oh, it's already enabled, isn't it? I guess there's just not really anything that's that bright to, like, notice it. Is there? But this is pretty bright. I guess there's a little bit of bloom. Yeah. Oh, what I can do actually on his sprite, I think, is make him glow. I think I can do that. Because right now he's shaded. I guess I could just make him not shaded, and then that would work. So that he's kind of an anomaly, you know? I actually kind of like that, because basically now he glows in the darkness like that. You can see the difference, right? I might make the sensitivity of this a little, like... Let's see. Because right now, when you're looking straight at him, you can still kind of see him a little bit. So I think what I'll do is just do... I can offset this by like -0.1. And then say lamp F, rotation, 0, 1. So that'll mean that we have like a larger dead zone when we're looking at him. Like that. So we could go even more than that if we want. We could do like a 0.2 dead zone. So now you don't really see him unless you're really actually looking in the peripheral like that. I think that works pretty well. Yeah, I kind of like it when he's unshaded like that. I think it could look really good. Let's push him down the hallway a little bit, just so we can see what he's like when he's in darkness. Put him down there. Just want to see what it looks like. That's pretty good. You just see him staring at you. I like it because it's like you see it and then you look at it and it's like it's not there anymore. So it's almost like he disappears even though he's still actually there, you know? Yeah, I like it like this though, unshaded. I think it looks pretty cool. And we'll have him just start off frowning, and then when you get close to him, he'll giggle and then disappear. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's say his sprite.speed scale is equal to 0. And he'll be on this frame by default. Don't make it loop, don't make it autoplay. And then we'll just check the distance away from the player. So if... I wonder if we could actually get distance by just getting length of this vector, because... Let's just say less than like 16 or whatever. That's where he starts to chuckle. Let's do less, like 8. And then all we say is sprite.frame is equal to 1. And then he'll just start to kind of disappear. Let's say var alpha mod. Hey, Zafencer, welcome in. How's it going? There's 1. Right there, we say our laughing is false. Right there, laughing is true if laughing. Actually, let's not specifically set the frame, but then just say sprite.speed scale is equal to 1 again. We will make this loop at like 5 FPS or whatever. And this is also where we can say alpha mod minus equals delta. And if alpha, we'll worry about that later, but all right, let's see what this looks like. So if we get close to him, he should start laughing and then fade out. Looks like he's already laughing or something. Hold on. Should have speed scale of 0. It is throwing a bunch of errors in here. I don't know why. Oh, it's because he is an animated sprite. I forgot. I'll have another variable on this guy that's just like var directional in entities. Oh, excuse me. And then instead of saying if sprite is an animated sprite, well, we will check that and directional. Save schedule is completely messed up again. Yeah, that happens to me all the time. I've been kind of on a better schedule recently, but it's bound to destabilize at some point, I think. But I always just try and take advantage of it. If I'm up, I might as well just start getting stuff done. So, okay, so we don't actually have to say that. Scale 0. Let's see if this works now. Hopefully it does. Alright, so we're looking at him. He's stationary. He's not animating. And then if we get close to him, he starts to laugh and then fades out. And now he's just gone. That works pretty well. So let's just go ahead and give him a sound. What do we want this guy to laugh like? It's like a witch laugh. What would a witch laugh sound like, but like really low pitch, I wonder? It's not so much a witch laugh. It's more of like the Feel Good Inc. laugh. Let's just try it. I just want to see what it would sound like pitched down, because it might actually sound cool. Obviously, at regular pitch, it sounds pretty stupid. But, let's see. Let's close all this garbage. And let's rename this to be Hollow Laugh. Put that in effects. Alright. Hollow Laugh. And let's put that in World SFX. And pitch scale, we're going to put it like 0.25. Let's just try that. Let's see what happens. Might be really loud. Sorry if it is. Oh, duh, you didn't. I have to make it so he actually plays the sound. Okay. Alrighty, let's try this out. The delay between him starting his laugh and the actual laugh happening was way too big. It's pretty cursed, though. It is a little spooky. But what we need to do is just pitch it down without slowing it down. We can slow it down a little bit. Well, let me go ahead and open DaVinci, and I think we could make that laugh work, but I just have to tweak it. I need to get rid of the delay at the beginning. Mainly just do a pitch down, and then we could slow it down a little bit, but I don't want to slow it too much, because then it takes too long.
I'm now on the newest version of DaVinci. I hope it runs super well.
Maybe we also have like some functions set up so we can do like a global sound event so it can alert other entities around. I think that's what I'll do. And then I can just define stuff like the radius of the sound and should be able to do all that stuff automatically, actually. Because I can just grab all the information from the audio player, so whenever I actually physically, like, for real, change the distance of the sound and stuff, it just kind of works. That could be pretty cool, I think. Sound is literally this. Let's see. Oh god. Yeah, an elk. It's weird that elk sound like that. Yeah. We could definitely use elk sounds, I think. That could be pretty sick, actually. Because they do sound a little demonic. Why does it do that? Oh, sorry, that was probably so loud on the desktop audio. I wish like things weren't so weird with the audio. Then let's just fade it out. Alright, so we're just gonna pitch this down. That's better. But we could do some more effects and stuff here. I think maybe a chorus on this actually would sound cool. Let's just do large chorus. That's cooler. You can do like delay time and everything. Starts to sound almost like two laughs in a way, which is good. We could also add delay. You know, it's like an echo basically. Maybe just a very short delay. Or just very quiet, so it's hard to even hear it. We could do that. I hate doing audio stuff without my headphones. Because I can't, like, tell if this actually sounds cool or if I'm just, you know. I mean, are my headphones charged? I can try using them. They just are very inconsistent. So, I don't know. We'll see. I mean, they're working. So let's go ahead and swap the headphones so I can do audio. There you guys go. Now let me play this. Okay. I can't play it. Hold on. That could probably work. We do a little bit of fade at the beginning just in case there's any clicks. And then I think the in-world also has reverb, so this should probably work. Let's go ahead and do audio. Wave. Laugh. DaVinci, add to render queue. Now we gotta go do our conversion process. Very annoying, but it is what it is. I wish they just like had this script in Godot, so I didn't have to do it manually every time I import a new sound. But it is what it is. So let's delete the old hollow laugh. Yeah, remove it. Sounds weird wearing headphones. It's like I haven't worn them for so long. My ears have gotten used to the sound of like my speakers. It's really odd. Okay. Let me turn desktop audio back up. Let's go give this a listen. I forgot the pitch scale is 0.25. let's put that back up. And then he disappears. I think it works. We can probably swap the sound out for something cooler, maybe add more distortion later, but it gets the idea across right now. Audio cues are going to be very important for this game. Like hearing things will kind of be a way to gather information about what's around you and what's happening, right? So that's part of the reason why I do want to get sounds in the game, because it does actually kind of tie into gameplay mechanics. But yeah, I don't think enough games really do that, honestly. I think sound has the potential to be very scary. I really like the way that the soundscape of FNAF is designed, where there's sounds that happen that aren't real, and then there's also sounds that happen that are real. So a big part about like getting better at playing FNAF is kind of distinguishing the differences between the sounds, right? I think it's just kind of cool. Because there's like Freddy's laugh means that he's moved his room or whatever. There's like certain things like that. You can hear like the footsteps, the kitchen noises. It means Chica's in the kitchen, you know? So there's sounds that are meaningful. But then also at the same time, there's like a bunch that just don't mean anything. And I do want to emulate that with this game. That's what all the little ambient sounds you hear already are, like the knocks and the footsteps and clicks. They're all just random little sounds that you can hear. And those are the fake sounds. But I want every entity to have their own sound design and, you know, noises that they make, so you can kind of tell what entities are in the maze if you just get really good at listening to them. I think that could be a cool mechanic. It's just, I don't know, it's just cool. I think it's pretty epic. So. But yeah. Cool, we got that guy implemented though. He wasn't too bad. What's next? Just running around aimlessly. I do want to get items working. That was one thing that I said I was going to do today, so let's work on that. Soon, I think once we hit like 3 entities, I'll start actually working on like the generation code. You know, like instantiating the dungeon and like, not the dungeon, the maze, and like spawning in the entities and deciding the locations of the breakers and everything like that. And once that's in, then basically the game is playable, gameplay wise. I mean, it's not super deep, but I think the sooner we get to that initial playable state, the better, because we can start like testing things and tweaking, and it'll be good. I'm just gonna make this guy completely die when he's faded out. So if it's less than or equal to 0, then we say queue free. So he's just gone. And he'll randomly spawn throughout. We'll make sure that there's like it doesn't end up spawning too many of them. We'll have a limit on how many can exist at any given moment. Yeah. All right. Oh, and also I have to make sure that this audio is not playing anymore. Because I don't want it to cut off the laugh. All right, that should do it. So yeah, I mean, that's basically it for this guy. He's practically done. Cool. I need to put a lot of this, like, these stats up in here, like whether he's aggressive and all that kind of stuff. I'm gonna make a section, call it stats. Stuff like his speed. Whether they're aggressive, whether they're directional, stuff like that. So back up into the entities table, we can start defining these values, right? Is that how you spell aggressive? Yeah. So we'll just say aggressive is true by default. Doesn't really matter. And then on this guy, we'll say he's specifically not aggressive. And then directional, we'll say true by default. This guy specifically not directional. And then speed. By default is 1. Oh, and default should not be a string dictionary. This should just be string anything variant. Let's snooze that ad. Variant can be literally anything, right? Like, is an int a variant? I don't know. Is there anything higher up than a variant? No, I don't think so. It literally says any. Okay. And then now what we're going to do is inside of the entity class, we're going to be grabbing these variables and setting them. So right in here. And let's just say they are aggressive by default. And then we got directional. It's true by default. And then the final one, speed. I am speed. All right. Or no, don't set speed to true. That's not right. All right. So yeah, all these stats are going to be defined inside of the entities table. I really want to avoid sort of what I did with Starground, where I have like a mix of variables that you set and variables that are in the entities table. Anything that is like you define for an entity will be in the table. It's just better to organize it that way. I don't ever have to go into the scenes to modify these guys unless I'm actually changing their code. But yeah, it's just much better for organization. And also with like loading and saving, I don't think we're going to do a whole lot of it, but we probably will in between levels. I'm only ever going to save things as their ID, right? And also what I'm doing is I'm giving this little prefix, right? mg.entity. So that way I can distinguish between items versus entities and everything else. These are all things that I've kind of learned from working on Starground. Like, it's not that the way Starground does it, it doesn't work, but it's just, this is a better way to do it. So, yeah, I think that's good to go in here then. So the other guy should be normal now. He should be able to do everything that he usually does. Yeah, we can change this sprite up whenever you want, Zach. I know that you're saying you want to do like real faces. I don't know if this is a real face or not, but yeah, I should just like do a face of me smiling and then distort it and bit crush it, and it'd be pretty epic. Okay. What is all this complaining? Delta's never used in here. I traced my reflection on water. Oh, that's epic. Yeah. No, that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool stuff. Yeah, I do think the glowing eyes does help because it's kind of difficult to see him without like noticing the eyes. So I just put these in as just some little spheres, but we can totally tweak this around. You know, we could kind of like fade it in a little bit more, do whatever, make it more like an actual eye shape instead of just a ball. But it's totally up to you. This is temporary. I think the final ones will be bright white. Okay. Alrighty. Just made a cool face for now. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, we can like spend a bunch of time refining all the assets, and that's when we can dive more into texturing and all that stuff as the gameplay starts shaping up more. For sure. Yeah, it's always good, I think, just to get like a base. Like whenever I try and do concept art or like placeholder art, I do think it's always a good idea to sort of make it technically acceptable. Like, obviously, I don't think we would keep this for the final version of the game, but if for some reason we, like, forgot to swap out the sprite, it's not, like, a catastrophic, you know, immersion break. It's not like you see, like, a weird red square. Like, it still does work. It just might not be completely up to standard, you know what I mean? So I think that's always a good way to do the concept art. Just so we don't ever end up with that situation. Yeah, we can delete this guy now. Bye. Bye, Hollow. Alrighty. Also, I was thinking about something recently. I do have ads starting in just a minute, but initially my idea was that rovers would be in the same storage as everything else, but I'm starting to think that maybe they shouldn't, because it feels like technically having more rovers could potentially be a downside, because it takes up more storage space. What do you think about just storing rovers underneath the desk here? The table. I think that's probably going to be better. But I don't know. Because, yeah, I've just been thinking about that, and I'm like... Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, separate slots probably a better idea, I think. But everything else in the game should be shared storage, I think. Other than rovers. Song's such a banger. It's pretty awesome. I do love Animal Crossing music. It's always epic. Yeah, junk food, food roll together. Yeah, all that kind of stuff. I imagine also like the metal scrap and all that jazz. This totally looks like how the textures are in Voice of the Void, which is a good thing. I think it's epic. All right, get this corkboard. Let's texture it. Why not? Gonna have to set up 2 separate materials in Blender. So let's go into oops. Okay. Assign a slot, assign, and then just this face will be assigned to a different slot. Boom. Save it. Now we can go in here and actually change the materials. Maybe not. Oh no, we can. I don't know what's going on though. Like why it's not actually changing the material. Maybe it's just because I did that. Oh yeah, there we go. And then we need a corkboard material. I say we just do a procedural material here. Let's do a shader material. The board will have a purpose, yeah. It's gonna display like just different information. Stuff like what's your current like hunger level at, and just like things you should keep in mind. Hey, Settlix, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. How's it going? What's going on? What were you up to today on your stream? Here, let's put this in the materials folder. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Alright, create that shader. And guys, I have been making a lot of shaders. Watch how fast this will go. Uniform Sampler 2D. This will be our texture. I have to call it just like text. There we go. So now in here in our parameters, we can put in a texture, noise texture. And then we're going to put a thing in here. We're going to get that texture, pass in our texture and our UV, and say albedo is equal to that. And we do have to say .rgb. All right. Or well, actually added inverse kinematic interaction animations. Oh, that's awesome. That's really sick. Yeah, we've been just working on a maze game today. I'll show you guys what that's all about and stuff. Let me just set up this noise texture here really quick. Let's do... How do I change, like, the... filtering? Is it because I have mip maps? I don't know how to change the filtering mode. There's probably, like, a... render mode or something. Oh, right. I have to set the actual texture here to sample nearest or whatever. Filter nearest, and now it'll be all pixelated. There we go. Yeah, this is a maze game. We've been working on this in the background, in between Starground streams and stuff. But it's going pretty good. I'll show you guys what's going on here. Right now we're just creating a procedural shader texture for this cork board. I'm just kind of messing around. I don't know if I'll actually keep this as a procedural thing, but I think it looks kind of cool though. I'm just getting like the pixel size to where I want. So hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. That's good enough for now. I do have to take into account the scale. I think I forgot to just apply that scale here in Blender. I need to say apply all transforms. And then I think that'll fix the UV. Yeah, there we... Well, it's different. I don't know. It's fine. Alright, so anyways. Oh, where's my material? There it is. Corkboard. This one right here. So we can lower the, this business, make it seamless. And let's choose a texture that would look like a corkboard. I'm thinking we do, cellular. Turn off the fractal. Now I get that sort of texture, which to me looks kind of like corkboard. And then we can just assign a color ramp here, and we're good to go. Procedural textures can be quite nice. Yeah, I definitely think so. It's kind of fun to make them, honestly. I always have a good time doing this kind of stuff. Shaders are so cool. Even if it's not the best way to do it, I kind of sometimes prefer doing shaders just because it's just so cool. I can figure out saturated one and stuff. Yeah, basically just like that, and we're done. Might tweak it a little more. We could up the, could potentially up the resolution. And then increase the frequency a little bit. Just so it's a little smaller. That looks like a corkboard to me. Anyways. Yeah, anyways, what this game is all about. This is a survival horror roguelite. You're in this elevator. You have rovers that you can go and control. I don't know why my performance is slow. Is my shader that bad? Whoa, what is lagging out? There's probably something bad happening. It's not physics. Oh, capture image on the rover is super laggy. That's because I'm like updating it every like 0.0, like it's like 200 FPS or something. We're gonna fix that. But yeah, anyways, the whole idea here is you have these rovers that you can send out and control. These guys right here. You can throw them down the hallway. You've got this little tablet where you can control them from. And yeah, you can move around, explore this maze. You can find items and then bring them back to your elevator. You can basically go through levels of this facility, whatever it is. Each time it's basically how far down can you go into the facility. Every time that you go down a level, you need to make sure you have enough food and water to survive. There's also different entities that spawn around in this environment. We just worked on this guy. Let me put him in here really quick because he looks cool. This guy. Now let's put him down on the hallway. I bet especially after having hand-drawn things most of the time. Oh yeah, it's definitely nice. You can see we did some interesting camera stuff with this guy. You can only see him when he's on the edges of your screen like this, but then when you look at him directly, he's invisible. So it's kind of neat. It wasn't really that hard to implement that. It's just a matter of checking angles of the player camera versus the angle of the player to the entity. Yeah, it's basically just like the Sleep Demon Voice of the Void, if anybody's played that game. But it works really well, surprisingly. When you get too close to this guy, he starts laughing, disappears, and that will alert other entities to that location. So you kind of don't want to get too close to those guys. I'll probably have some kind of way in the game to like get around them without activating them. Maybe if you go through without your flashlight on or something like that. We'll have to see. But yeah, that's that guy. There's another entity we also have in the game. He's oh, what's going on? Our rover didn't align. It should have like snapped to the center. It's a little weird. I think it's because technically his X and Y or X and Z rotations weren't different. Yeah, it should be aligning. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, there's some bugs we got to work out. Did he just fall through the ground? No, he's fine. But yeah, anyways, that's what the whole game's about. You're in this elevator. It's very dangerous to go out on foot in here because guys will just instantly kill you. So it's really more of a matter of managing your rovers and only going out on foot if it's absolutely necessary to. But yeah, it's going good for sure. It's you know, doing stuff in 3D coming from mostly 2D development is definitely a challenge, just because there's a lot of things that are the same, but also in a lot of ways it's wildly different. Dealing with the whole third dimension and stuff, it's interesting. But I've been figuring it out though. It's kind of fun. You can still squish the plush? Of course you can, yeah. I got a little Starground plush over here. Sorry, it's probably so loud on the stream. But yeah. It's coming along for sure. I still need to spend a lot of time texturing things, like a lot of these textures are kind of stupid. Like this texture for the walls and stuff I think it's fine, but I'd like to probably change it up a little bit more. Probably have a different texture for the ground versus the walls and stuff, because everything's the same right now, so it looks kind of bad. Yeah, some of these need to be fixed. Like these are kind of, these pipe strand cables are overlapping each other, which looks bad. Just a lot of little minor things there. Yeah, it's definitely coming along though. Obviously the rovers are completely untextured. I need to, I think, work on the model of those a little bit more. I want to make them look cool, so. Yeah, I think this corkboard looks okay. I'll probably add another texture overlaid on top that gives it like kind of a dirtiness, if that makes sense. I think it always looks good. So I'm sure I'll work on that. Yeah, it's definitely coming along. This is just going to be a little, probably going to try and get this game done pretty, like, quick. I don't really want to spend a ton of time on this and let it drag on. Ideally, we'd like to get this, I think, done for the February, Next Fest. It'd be kind of nice. Just have a super fast development cycle. Because like I've said in many other streams before, like, I really want to focus on just getting things done. Like, focusing on smaller games, you know? Starground was such a monstrous game to work on. There's so many different parts and mechanics, and it's a lot of work. It's kind of not fun to work on anymore because of how monstrous it's gotten. So that's what I really would like to avoid, I think, in the future with games like this, because it's a very simple concept, and like I think it's something that we could get finished way faster than Starground. So, you know, get it out for Next Fest, like a solid demo, and then hopefully have maybe a couple months after Next Fest, and then launch the game fully. I'm not going to do early access with this, because I think that's another kind of mistake I made with Starground. I mean, it's not necessarily a mistake, because the thing is it Starground, it totally made sense to do early access for Starground. It's not that I regret it necessarily, but it's the thing with early access is then you have like an obligation to completely finish the game before you can do anything else. I mean, of course you do, because it's like not finished, right? But that's why I don't want to do early access probably anymore. Because I'd rather just be able to launch the game and actually finish it and then be free. Like, I can come back and update it if I want, but it's not like I'm completely trapped. So, yeah, it makes sense not want to carry Mountain mentally and make every game you want to make. Yeah, oh, definitely. There's something very nice about just a small, contained concept, you know, something that you can finish in just a few months. And just being very honest and realistic about, like, feature creep and content and stuff. Like, the, one of the core principles or philosophies that I'm following with the development of this game, me and Zach, is like, if something is not instantly important and like practical, then it gets axed. Like, we had some concepts that were interesting. It was we're gonna do different entities require like different light spectrums, so you have to install like a UV camera on your rover and stuff to see them. But the problem was, like, we didn't really come up with a good way to integrate that into the gameplay. Like, what would that really do? Being able to see, you know, them in a different light spectrum. So we just decided, like, okay, that's it. We're gonna axe it. Unless it has a very, instant use case, then it's just not important anymore, right? So that's really what I'm following with that, with this game. It's like, I want anything that I work on should be, like, integral. So yeah, makes sense to, yeah, just when you get trapped in an expectation cage is important. Oh man, tell me about it. Yeah, I mean, it's not that like anybody's super expecting a lot out of Starground or something like that, but it's just like I feel like I'm in my own cage. I don't know. Yeah, it's annoying. Maybe why is he trying to keep that super short timeline? Yeah, I do want to just like, I think that's going to be probably my philosophy with game development, at least for a while moving forward. Because yeah, I'm just like, I'm so tired of things taking so long, because you see all these projects that are little game jams or whatever that somebody does in like a week, and then it blows up and they make $1 million. It's like, why then am I spending years on my projects, you know, when time and time again it's proven that you really don't need to. I think we can still make a really cool game We can just focus on keeping the scope smaller though, and you know, I think it'll probably be a good thing for the game anyways. It'll keep it more focused. It's not going to be filled with so much bloat. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think it's cool when games have a lot of little nifty quirks and features and stuff, but also at the same time, it's development wise though, it's kind of a crutch. So I don't think it's such a good thing. Also learned a lot over making a larger project, or you could make something large faster now. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. I mean, I don't think I'll never work on a larger project ever. Like, I think I would like to eventually, but definitely like, I want to, yeah, at least explore smaller projects like this and just kind of honestly see if it's financially viable, right? But yeah. So no BBG MMORPG. No. That's like one of the games that I'll probably never do, honestly. I just don't think there's really any space in the industry for it. And it's also a ton of work, so. It's great practice to do a bunch of small production cycle games. It's helped me a bunch remaining, yeah, objective duration. Yeah, for sure. It definitely puts you in a good mind, like headspace for how to develop, like, and it's like dropping all the stuff that doesn't matter. I think in the end is just an overall net positive. Your game is less bloated. It's very focused, and like everything is important, you know, everything that you interact with or find or do or see, it all matters. And I think that's what makes things fun also, is when things have weight. Right? When a decision that I make actually means something. And that's what this game, a big part of it is what it's all about. Is like every decision that you make will have an effect on your survivability. Like, do I bring back that food item, or do I bring back a part to upgrade my rover? Or stuff like that. Just constant decision making. So. And it's also really good because it gives players like control over their destiny. I mean, obviously there's things in this game that will be random. The whole like generation of where the items are and what entities and stuff will be random. But I'm also at the same time giving people the ability to overcome that challenge, right? Through decisions that they can make. I think that's very important. But yeah. The genre is also kind of dead. Yeah, that's why like I don't think it's, I don't know. MMORPGs can be cool, but most of the time they're just, it's, I don't know. I haven't really seen any recently that are that cool. World of Warcraft is neat, and I do like World of Warcraft, but it's really expensive, and I'm not going to spend $40 a month to play that game. I think, like, honestly, the way that, like, MMORPGs will evolve are probably just smaller scope. Like, I know, like, web fishing, for example, I think has, like, public lobbies. I know it's not really, like, an MMORPG, technically, but it kind of is, because you play with a bunch of other people online, and you do have, like, upgrades and items that you acquire. Like, if you really look at it at its very core foundational aspects, it kind of is an RPG in a way. Yeah, I think this is sort of how that genre can prosper, I think. It's just much smaller, more specific things, so you can explore an idea. Because one of the problems with MMORPGs is that they're kind of just the everything game. Like in World of Warcraft, you can literally do anything. But yeah. Definition, yeah, that's what most people imagine now. Yeah, I mean, it's not like, it doesn't appear to be an MMORPG, but that's, I think, why it works, right? Because it stands out from all the other overdone MMORPG stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It is kind of nice to see how indie game development has kind kind of prospered, you know, in comparison to AAA stuff. I think it's just because programming and development is so accessible. Practically anybody can make a game. So it's means that there's way more indie games than AAA games, and also like indie games are just, it's easier to explore more interesting concepts too, because it's not so high risk. Like when a AAA developer launches a game, like they have to ensure that that game makes a base amount of income, and like, you know, it's a very involved, complicated, heavy process. But an indie game is just like, bam, here's this little random idea we came up with last night, and we're gonna make it tomorrow. Right? But yeah, it would be like a dream game for you if you had a team of 250 people and unlimited money and time. Oh man, I'm trying to think of what that would be. Man, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, like, I don't really have like a dream, like a concept of my one dream game that I want to make or anything. Because I think I really personally enjoy a variety with gaming, just like I do with everything else and ever. I like eating a variety of foods, playing a variety of games, listening to a variety of music. But I think it would be really cool though to have some kind of like, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to say. I think like, man, I don't know. I do think it's a pretty interesting thing when some games, like really massive games like EVE Online, have like evolving universes and stuff, you know? Dynamic factions, entire empires that build up and collapse. That kind of, I think it's always really cool. It's not super fun for me, at least, playing on a small individual person scale, but that kind of thing, I think as a developer would be really interesting. So maybe something like that, where it's like basically like a society simulation. You'd have to get a lot of players on board for it to work, but I always think that kind of stuff is really cool. So maybe something like that would be my answer. Yeah, not needing 10 times investment. Let's just do way cooler stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel like a variety. Yeah, definitely. 50 dream games would make them all. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel like. There's so many different genres and stuff I'd like to make. So hard for me to like pick one. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the player run stuff like that. Yeah, it can be really interesting, I think. Like Elite Dangerous, for example. Yeah, something along those lines, like a mass scale society simulation is always really cool. I don't know about any of the specifics about the setting or anything, but something along those lines could be very interesting. Maybe like that, but a medieval setting could be really fascinating. You know? But I don't know. That might have already been done at some point. Who knows? Everyone wants to limit themselves to some kind of stereotype persona taste. Yeah, never made sense to me. No, I totally agree. Like, yeah, I don't know. I always loved, like, there's a lot of different genres I enjoy. Like, of course, I think I have a couple that are my favorite. Like, I really like automation games and survival games and stuff like that. But I enjoyed so many different games. I think racing games can be really fun sometimes. I wish there's, like, a really good racing game. I mean, there's some decent ones for sure. Needs for Speed. Heat is a pretty good one. But I wish there was one that was more like, I don't know, an indie racing game. They probably are. But I think I saw some games like that. Oh yeah, could be pretty cool in a way. That's almost a little bit like what Rust is, but Rust is weird because it's not just medieval technology. You also have like guns and stuff, and it's not quite a mass scale society simulator. It's usually just per server. because they believe they can only do the one thing. If they branched out, maybe may not be good at it, and that scares them. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, honestly, like, at least for me personally, I don't really care if I suck at things that are single player, right? I mean, it can be a little, like, it can feel bad, I guess, when you are compared against other people. Like if you're playing with friends and you really suck, but everyone else doesn't. That could feel bad, I guess. Yeah, I never really care, at least personally, about like how good I am at a single player game. It just doesn't matter to me. I don't know. Yeah. I could totally see that though, for sure. That could be person's theft of joy. That is very true. That applies to a lot of things, honestly. Gaming, also game development in a lot of ways. Like, I think sometimes it can be very demoralizing looking at other games that people make and how successful they are, and then being like, why am I not ultra successful and have millions of dollars? Right? It's really easy to fall into that all the time. But yeah. Anyways, let's see. What do we want to do now? I do want to start adding things to this corkboard. I need to like model a little note, I guess, or something. I need to figure out how I'm gonna do all that though, because I want to have like notes with text on it probably, but the issue with that is it would be I can't have like a curved material probably very easily. And technically I could have had a bunch of different viewports, but I don't want to, that's a lot of render overhead. So I think I'll probably just do a label 3D. I'm pretty sure there's a label 3D, right? Yeah, there is. And just put it on a flat piece of paper with the notes on here. So let's just go model that out super fast. Let's see, take a comparison can also be helpful. I take it. Yeah, I mean, sometimes comparison can definitely be beneficial. It can kind of like, I mean, the truth can hurt, but also the truth is what helps you actually improve and stuff, right? So yeah, I could definitely see that for sure. Yeah, I think in comparison stuff, it depends on how you go about it. Like, it should never be a case of like comparing success, because I think that's the slippery slope. But, you know, when it's just stuff like, just genuine curiosity about like, certain aspects of the non-success related aspects, I think are fine. You know? Stuff like, how does that person do this one mechanic? Or how does, you know, I think that's always a really good way to look at other projects, is kind of wanting to learn from them. That's always really important. Actually, you know what? I think this is stupid. I think there's a better way we could do this. Let me let's do let's subdivide this, or let's not even subdivide it. Let's do this all with modifiers. Then let's just do a displacement modifier. Simple. New texture. Let's do clouds. Yeah, there's usually a lot better way to do this kind of stuff. And then let's increase the scale down here to like 1, maybe even 2. Is that a thing on my screen? Yeah, it is. Now we can just mess with the coordinates and everything. Probably even larger on the texture scale, maybe 3. And then let's lower the strength of this quite a bit. There we go. I just want it to be a little bit curved, so it's interesting looking. But not that much. Yeah, that's about good. I'm probably also just gonna tweak the... No, it doesn't really work, does it? Yeah, it'll be fine. It's just a piece of paper, really. It's... Don't think it matters that much. Let's lower the subdivision level like that, so it's less laggy. I think we're good there. And let's also model a quick little pin here. Just start with a cylinder. Let's lower that vertex count a lot. What does a push pin look like? Kind of like this. All right. And then down here, let's do inset. Oops, too much. That's all we need. Boom. And then I want to put this push pin actually at the origin point. So like something like that. Okay, sorry if I missed any messages in here. A lot of my dream games ideas kind of disappeared because I realized it's, I mean, sometimes that does happen. It's not, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Whenever like I come up with an idea and it turns out that it doesn't work, I always try and look at that as a positive thing, like how much time I just saved myself by not exploring it, right? I don't think that's always a bad thing. I think in a lot of the times that's a good thing. So that's just what I think, at least. Let's see, shade auto smooth, up the angle a little bit. Sort of like that. All right, let's export this now. This will be a... I don't know, what will this be? Here, let's give these textures really quick. Boom. And this one, I'm not going to bother with two different textures for the metal. Let's just merge these objects together. Oh, hold on, we have to apply this first. Boom, boom. Now merge these together. Call this note. Export this as an OBJ into maze game, models, note, selection only. All right. By the way, sorry, let me read everything else in here. I need to sleep. This does look neat. You're totally welcome to head to bed. Like, I don't want people to ruin their sleep schedule just to watch this. The VOD is always up on YouTube, by the way. If anybody just wants to watch later, that's completely fine. So, keep that in mind. All right. These notes are probably going to be dynamic, so it's not like just going to be something that I put in manually, but just for now, we can do that. Maybe set like 0.2 scale here would be adequate. Yeah, we'll just have these kind of posted around here. Probably randomize the rotations a little bit. Now we can have things on our corkboard. So I think I'll set up like a scene that has a label 3D so we can customize what's actually being displayed on here. The only thing that sucks, I think, about a label 3D is it doesn't let you do rich text label stuff, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. So let's go ahead and make a new scene. I'll just make it a mesh. Call it note. Make it a mesh instance. Drag our note in. This should be facing toward negative Z. Yeah, I messed it up. Here, let's re-export this. It's always hard to remember, like, where that's actually at. Oops. Supply all transforms. Also, while we're here, might as well just set it down to 0.2 size. Apply the transforms again. Export as an OBJ. Alright, boom. Oh, piece of paper? Oh, yeah. That's so good. What's going on here? Oh, right. It's only on one face or whatever. Okay, let's add in a label. Nope, not a label. I already messed up. Very nice push pin for 5 seconds. Chuck, yeah. I appreciate it. Yeah, I can't see where this text is. Whoa! Now I can see it. Hello. I don't know why it's rotated this way. Oh, right. The note is probably... There we go. And then that means this is probably rotated now. What's going on here? Does text rotate the other way by default? It's interesting. Well, I thought this was pointed toward negative. It's so weird how some things work like that. It doesn't really matter what orientation this has, so let's just put it back to what it was. File transforms. E-export. I should fix it. Now if I add a label 3D. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is going to be shaded, first off. No billboarding. Does not need to be double-sided. Don't need a fixed size. Let's lower the pixel size quite a bit. There we go. Hello there. The text will probably have to float a little bit above the note. I think it'll look okay, because you won't be able to get, like, to the side of it, so you won't ever really be able to tell. Day one. Just want to see what this would look like now inside of the world. Oh, it's so tiny now. Let's delete that. Drag a note in here. Which I guess this note will probably be a part of the world scene in here. No. Here, let's see. Different theoretical question. What game are you most hyped to play? Yeah, it cannot be confirmed with theoretical continuation, etc. For me, Half-Life 3. Oh, yeah. Probably like Minecraft 2. That would be pretty cool. I don't know. That is a good question, though. What would be a cool game that I would want to play? Factorio 2? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, though, because I don't know how that would really look, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Oh, is this not two separate materials? Yeah, what would Minecraft 2 even be? That's the thing. I don't even know. Maybe like a Hightail would be pretty cool to play. I don't know if that game's ever going to come out, but maybe. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't mind that. Yeah, let's cut this label. Delete the note scene. And then go to note. We're going to go ahead and create this. It's always weird how you have to do this. You have to like drag it in first, then try and click on it, and say new inherited. Now I can save this as note.scene. Can't override a scene that's still open. Alright. Isn't it canceled? I don't know if it's it was canceled by Rockstar, but I know that the guy, Simon or whatever, I think is has bought it. The rights to it, so I don't know. It's hard to say if it's actually dead or not. We'll just have to see, I guess. Okay, now that this is just a blend scene, I should be able to I think that's good. Save that. Now I should be able to apply different textures to this, hopefully. Let's try it out. Was it Shift G for select somewhere? Oh, let's go. What is it? Shift G. I want select by linked. Control L. There we go. Assign that to that material. And then new material slot. Assign. Let's try that now. Or Rockstar. Oh yeah, I meant Riot. Whatever. I don't know. I don't I don't remember. But yeah. I haven't checked up on that game in a while. I should like see. What is the new news? News. It looks like it's still just sort of left off where it was. So yeah. Don't know. We'll see, I guess. So I'm trying to figure out which material here is which. Okay, that's the pin. So we'll set that one to red. Then this one can just be like kind of a note color. Sort of dingy. Okay. Let's make this not nearly as saturated. And then let's also give it some shininess. I don't know if the note should have any shininess. Probably not. Alright. And obviously this font is stupid for this. Like, it just doesn't work. So we need to... I can probably give this like a theming thing, can't I? Maybe not. Okay, I can manually specify a font, so I think we're going to do that. Just remember that Factorio main dev said that you would like to make an RPG. Yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see an RPG made by them. Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting, yeah, to see how that turns out. It's always a question of like if skills like that transfer. You know, does making a really good automation game mean that you know how to make a really good RPG game? I don't know. Oh, why don't I just use Chippo for this? Always forget about that font. Let me just import it in here. Chippo is my own font, guys. It's my handwriting. Here, I need to get the fonts like folder. How do I get my folder of fonts? Where is it? Okay, it does have a file path here, so let's just go to it. C. Ooh. Stop going there. Users. Me. Local. Okay, it's just in local. Where's local? Windows. Ooh, is there no windows? Sort by name? Yeah, app data, local. Oh, Microsoft. That should be in fonts. Fonts. It's font cache. That's not it. This is what I'm seeing. It says users, app data, local, Microsoft, oh, Windows in Microsoft. Now fonts, here we go, finally. And then Shippo regular. Now I can use that font. Boom. Didn't work. Boom, there we go. I don't know why that has an outline. This will make it black. Check it out, guys. It's my handwriting in my game. I could have just gone to C Windows fonts. Is that a place? Oh, that's also the same location. Interesting. Okay. Good to know. Thanks for that. This will probably be like this size. Hey, how's it going? So yeah, there's no BB code with this, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Yeah, I think this will probably work out. I don't think this information on here is going to be like absolutely critical to read, but it's just nice little stats and stuff if you want to take a look. So, current hunger. Bad. I'm hungry. Something like that. I don't know. Let's see how readable this is in game. Regarding Factorio devs, I'd at least say they got the technical expertise, so definitely, yeah. I mean, if there's any developer that I trust, it would probably be them, you know? So what the heck happened to the lighting? What? Oh, god dang it. I accidentally included this stupid light and camera node in here. Let's fix that. It's making everything bright. Okay. There we go. It's not super readable. I am actually, though, thinking about adding in a button that lets you zoom in your camera. So let's do that really quick, because I think it'd be cool, and it would help you see things. I don't know what button we want to assign to that. Maybe X. Maybe C, actually, because C is the classic for Optifine. Now we go back in here. It'd be pretty easy. We're just going to check. Is action pressed? Zoom. Then we're going to set our camera FOV really high. I do some stuff up here with target FOV. That's for my like sprinting and stuff, so I'll probably do this right here. Then right here we say zoom offset is equal to like 50 or something. And then we say minus zoom offset. Let's see what that looks like. Super easy zoom. I gotta fix the performance issues. It's let's go to the rover and decrease the speed at which that stuff is updating because it's kind of laggy. I think it's actually inside of the tablet. I have it at an insane value right now. It's never going to be that much. But let's just go down to like 10 FPS or something. That should be way better. Some games use press middle mouse. We could also do that. I mean, I think we could add multiple keybinds onto that, honestly. Why is it still running bad? There's some wild things happening in here. Okay, so it's not any of that stuff down there. Which means it must be something to do with graphics. Oh yeah. Why is rendering the viewport so insanely slow? Oh, what is that? Render Omnilight Shadows is super laggy for some reason. I don't know what Omnilight we have. Render Viewport 2. I don't know which one that is. Viewport 3. This one is very slow, whatever that viewport is. 35 milliseconds. But what viewport is that? It's Render Omnilight Shadows is super slow for some reason. I don't know which Omnilight though it's referring to. Just launch the game and look at the remote tree, see if we can find it. Never works. There's only one Omnilight, which is that one. But why would that be so incredibly slow? I don't really know. I mean, does it have shadows on? Is that what the problem is? Just seems a little odd. I don't think it has shadows on. Oh, it does. If I turn shadows off, does that fix the issue? No, the game is still not running super great. What is going on? This is a weird problem. So it's not that. Then what's the next laggy thing? It's still Render Omnilight Shadows, but there's no Omnilights, so maybe it's just talking about the spotlights or something? But it's weird that it would be so slow. I don't really know what would be causing that. Some looking at viewport stuff. We do have viewports on the rovers, but I mean, I doubt that that causes super bad performance. Just trying to figure out what would be causing this. It's not this light, I doubt it. Is it the main light? No, that one doesn't matter. Is it the lights on the rovers? It would be a little odd if it was. It's not that one. It's not my flashlight. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on. I did lower the time for that updating a lot. On the tablet, I'm pretty sure. It's doing like some infinite rendering. I don't think it is, though. I don't know how it would be doing that. Because I don't even have these rendering images when I'm not inside the tablet, right? Or maybe I do. Let's make a change to the tablet really quick. When I'm not on it, it doesn't render any images here. That's what I have this FPS thing hooked up to for. Oops. Now apparently that is gone. Okay. Display image. If active rover. If active. Let's do that. Okay, so that won't render any images on the tablet when I'm not holding it. Which, yeah, you can see makes a massive difference, so... I don't know why it's so slow, though. Honestly. Because I'm only rendering this at 10 FPS on the tablet. Maybe there's some kind of weird bug that happened, because now it's totally fine, so I don't really know what is causing that. It's quite odd. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, pretty weird. I don't know. It's not happening anymore, though. I'll just keep an eye on that in case I notice anything weird, I guess. But I'm also going to increase the zoom level a little bit. Yeah, this will help a lot with now being able to read this board, because you can just zoom in and kind of read it. Whoa, that's kind of scary. It's actually kind of cool that you can zoom, though, while you're looking at the screen. Because you can, like, just zoom in and try and make out what's in the distance. It's actually kind of an epic feature, I'm not going to lie. Ooh. You know, just zooming in on some guy in the distance like that. It's kind of spooky. Yeah, it works pretty well. So easy, all you gotta do is just change the FOV. Alrighty. I mean, maybe it does have to do with some infinite rendering, but I don't know how that would actually work. Because what, I'd have to, like, get this looking at the tablet. But I don't think that would matter. I could literally pick it up and make it look at the tablet. Oh, but it's not going to update unless I'm holding it, so... I still need to fix this bug. I can't really seem to get it looking at it. Here, I'd have to, like, set it up over here, I think. And then, like, maybe crouch and then use it. Oh, almost. But it doesn't tank FPS, so I don't really know. I think just the thing that can see it, even if it's not the screen directly, can cause some issues. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't seem to be doing anything, though. Obviously, you can see the screen, so I'm not sure. Bye, Rover. Yeah, it's a weird issue. No idea. But it's not a big deal. Whatever. I'll just keep an eye on that. If it happens again, I'll try and fix it. But I don't know how it even, like, happens, you know? So here, let's just load it up and check the profile here again. Yeah, I mean, it's totally fine. It's under the 16 milliseconds and stuff. Yeah, no idea. I don't know. I need to make it so when I pick up an item, it kind of lerps into my hand instead of just instantly snapping like it does. Oh, I did get a little lag spike when I moved this rover, but Oh, look at that. Look at that. But how does that... I don't know how I caused it, though. There definitely is some kind of weird, like, rendering thing happening, but... Is it when two rovers look at each other or something? I doubt that would cause any issues, but... I have no idea. I got that one little minor spike, and then it's not doing it anymore, so... And picking up the thing doesn't seem to have any effect, really. It's weird that I can interact with it through walls. I'd probably need to add a fix to that. I have no idea. I do need to fix all that. Like, you can interact with this somehow, like when you're like that. Yeah. Yeah, I do have to fix all this stuff. It's a little quirky. Maybe those guys are just always visible through the rover. Because that's actually kind of a neat mechanic, now that I think about it. Because it means that when you go on foot, it's like higher risk, right? I do like that, like, some entities kind of only being activated by the player and stuff. It's kind of a good idea, because then it... there's a reason why you shouldn't go on foot then, right? So maybe we'll do something like that with that guy. Yeah, still don't know what's going on with that weird rendering thing. Can't seem to really replicate it reliably, even like pointing the cameras and stuff at the thing, at the screen, so I don't know what's causing that. But I'll keep an eye out. Alright. Let's do items, because I know I've been delaying. So I do have an item class. I'm going to create a new class specifically for 2D items. I can't call it that. I'll just call it item 2D. And this will extend item, but it's going to be specifically for things that are two-dimensional items. This probably has a super function call. It does not. Never mind. We'll call this class name item 2D. Extends that. Oh, man. Oh. We'll do that. So let's go ahead and just create that scene. Should be pretty simple. Call it item 2D. 3D scene. It'll be a rigid body. Boom. So it's gonna have a sprite 3D that we just call sprite. We'll give this a collision shape. This will be a ball. Actually, we'll make it a, I don't know, maybe a box? We'll see. Nah, we'll make it a ball. There's a reason for that. Now let's give it a temporary sprite, like this. I don't know why this has animation. Ooh. Why does it have animation stuff? If it's a sprite 2D, or a regular sprite. That's so weird. Do all of them have that? I guess it's just a thing. I don't know. All right, let's keep the pixel size consistent with the other guys. So 0.01, or not that. Pixel size 0.01, yeah, that is, okay. So we're all set with that. We'll give this a script. It'll load item 2D. You thought about making any editor tools for Maze Game? Yeah, I mean, editor tools are cool, but I don't know. The reason why I haven't probably is because it is a time commitment, right? Like, it's always a question of, is that tool going to save you more time than it takes to create it, I guess, right? I mean, it would be neat. I just don't know what kind of editor tools I would actually really need, to be honest. Most of the stuff I can do pretty easily anyways. I mean, it would be cool to have IDs as like a big list of enums that gets automatically generated instead of having to manually type them out as a string, maybe. But I don't know. Yeah, again, it's just kind of hard to say. I don't know. But if anybody has ideas, let me know. All right. So that can roll around. Should be able to pick it up and stuff. Yeah, let's just go put this into the stuff here. For in-editor tools, I just can't honestly think of any right now, but I imagine there's something that would be nice to have, probably. So I'm going to export item ID. I'm going to give this default mazegame.item. I don't know if I have an items table. I do. For some reason, it's the same as the maps table. We're just going to start with that. Let's see. Also, ads are over. Sorry about that, guys. It's the final ad. Do I have the items table in here? Yeah, I do. Okay. Function ready. Well, this was all... This is the item, right? Yeah. So that's just going to get some item data. We say up here var item data. And position offset is something that's going to be defined inside of our item data. What direction is that? That's vector 3.forward. Item data is going to be a dictionary. I'm going to have different position offsets depending on the item. So if it's like a really large item, it's going to try and sit away further from you and stuff. All right. So that's all set up there. So rovers will now actually need, because I think, don't they extend item? Yeah. How come that doesn't show up on the rover scene? Oh, there it is. I'm going to specify that as being a rover. So we'll go back into the items table. Add the rover in as an item so that we can rover. Cool. I just want to be able to have icons assigned to each pickupable item and everything, and just define their behavior a little bit more. So that's the reason I'm doing that. Yeah, that should be basically it. And then we can change the sprite out if it's a item 2D and stuff. And that's what we'll do inside of the item 2D class. Yeah, I'm not sure for a game of this size if it will be that helpful. Yeah. Maybe something that auto creates an item or a new mob. So all you have to do is change the text, model textures. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see something like that. Possibly. This is hard to say. I don't know exactly, like, what it would do. Because for me to create a new item or something right now, all I do is I just create an entry in here. In the items table. Just fill it out with info. And then if any item gets assigned that ID, it's just set up and ready to go. So there wouldn't really be much more that a tool would do for me, you know? It's hard to say. Yeah, I would probably only make a tool if it's like a very involved, complicated process, you know? But like, otherwise it would just be asking a bunch of like yes or no questions of like, should it have this thing or this thing? But most of the time it's probably going to be faster for me to just copy the behavior of another thing and just tweak it, right? So if I want to add in a new entity, let's say that kind of behaves a little bit like the hollow entity, then I just go into the entities table, copy the hollow, and now it's like basically done. And I can like tweak some of these values if I so desire, but it doesn't, I don't really have to, right? So yeah, I guess that would be like the reason I probably, I think it would be difficult for me to come up with an idea for what I would actually need for this like project. I could definitely see something like that for like Starground maybe, because it's way more involved and complicated. But I don't know, at least for me, I tend to like automate stuff, not via the tools that I use to create them, but just like do it completely behind the scenes without any input from me. So for example, in Starground, like automatically generating tables and stuff, I just hard coded into the initial load process in the game. And then I don't even have to think about it at all. It's not like something I have to regenerate myself. It's just on demand at runtime, you know? That to me is usually more convenient. I think that's one of the reasons I just haven't really bothered. Because once I have those kinds of systems set up, it's really easy for me to just copy and paste the code and then I'm ready to go. I could like save it as a dedicated class or whatever and do it that way, but it just seems like it's extra work that I don't really need to do. See, I have copied a lot of stuff from this project, like the whole structure of this items table resource, right, with the initialize and all that business. Like, I've been just copying this from other projects, from Starground and Lured-In and stuff. So that's basically already my tool in a way, right? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not completely opposed to it, though. I think if I do eventually come up with an idea for something that's really cool, then might as well. But I just haven't had enough good ideas. Okay, so that's the entities. Items table. We'll just like focus on getting water implemented right now, so usable code equals best. Yeah, I think so. If it's something I can just copy and paste the whole structure into another project of, then it's great and easy, and yeah, I don't have to mess around. So how big is this? I think we'll probably make items around like maybe like 80 by 80 would be a proper item size. I'm not sure. We'll have to experiment. I'm just going to make this like a ball so we can see how big this looks like. This should just be approximately the size of a bottle of water. So let's just do that. For now, I'll just call it water. Put that in a maze game. Sprites. Let's create a new folder for items. Call it water.png. Alright. No zitchy. Do that as well? Yeah. All right, we got water. So now in the setup here, we're going to say in our item 2D scene, sprite.textures equal to item data.get sprite. That should be it. So if I go ahead and add this into the world now, it should just work since it inherits from item and we already have all that logic set up. So let's try it out. Let's just drop an item 2D in here and we're going to give it an ID of item.water. And let's just see if it works. Should just be like an image basically that just flops on the ground. I'm getting that performance issue again. It's really odd. They seem to be colliding with it. And I can't see it for some reason. I don't know why it's invisible. Is there an error that happened? I don't know. Oh, it probably fell through the ground or something. Let's see what happened here. Mask of 1, layer of 3 for interactable. Oh, and also I didn't actually give it an ID, apparently. Or no, wait. No. It's not supposed to be water by default. In the world, it should be, yeah, item.water. I don't know what happened. It's item data. mg.item.water. Oh, I called it image. I'm stupid. I don't know why I called it that. There we go. Look at that water. And I can pick it up and throw it and do all the regular item stuff with it. So yeah, that works pretty well. I might make it not entirely a sphere because you can see the issue with that. It likes to roll away from me very fast. I don't think that's the behavior I necessarily want. Yeah, it's because of the ball. It's basically like a wheel. So I think I'll change the item 2D to be a cube. Just so it's a little more reliable. As for the size, I think it's a little bit large. So I'm probably going to shrink its sprite size down maybe to 64 instead of 80. Because it is pretty big. Like, this is it propped up on a table. That's too big. It should be like maybe the size of that or something. So let's try knocking this down to 64. See how that looks. Yeah, that's definitely better, I think. It's a little more reasonable. It is floating in the sky, so we have to fix that, but... Here, just for testing, let's swap this out with the water image. Yeah, you can see the collision sprite is way too... collision shape is way too big. Yeah, it should be like 0.5 or something, I imagine. 0.5 meters. What's half a meter? That's like a foot? That's about the right size. So even that sprite's still a little bit too big, but we're almost there. So I guess if we want it to be that size, then we just set the scale to 50 pixels. And that's how big each item is. So that should be good. Let's see what that looks like now. Yeah, there we go. So that's what it looks like now. And being a cube, it's a little more reliable. You can see it's like, doesn't slide forever. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Cool. Yeah, so that works. It works well. Let's also go ahead and make this nearest on the filtering. Now we can draw images. So we can actually make this look like a real water bottle. I'm sure we'll make this look cooler later. But this is just sort of a temporary sprite. Definitely temporary. Here, let's do this. Or just something like that has a cap. Yeah, we'll definitely swap this out at some point. Let's just fill the inside, you know. Let's do select tool. We can actually make that transparent because these items are transparent. We'll have a blue cap. This is ultra bad, but it's just a test right now. Also, this item needs to be shaded, so let's do that. Doesn't necessarily need to be double-sided since it is a billboarded texture. I don't know if making it double-sided makes it run better. I don't really know. I imagine it would. Looks like we already have alpha stuff set up, so let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Yeah, that works pretty well. Water. And I might just make it billboarded vertical. Hard to say. Because we could just do Y billboard, and then the thing is that it'll, like, I think it'll fall over and stuff, won't it? Oh, no, it doesn't. Yeah, I think that looks a little bit better. Like that, instead of rotating the other direction, so it kind of has, like, a base. Yeah, that'll probably work for items. And we'll make this look way cooler. I know it looks stupid, but it'll be epic. We'll make it look all cool and evil looking. Alright. Well, items are technically implemented. I think the next thing is working on like a storage system here. So that you can actually store items, because I think it's gonna sort of work like if you have an item loose on the ground and then you move down to the next level, that's going to get rid of the item. It's gonna drop the item, right? So I don't want items to persist in here when they're just chilling on the ground, you know? I like that I just can't look at that guy directly, you know? I think that is a cool vibe, actually, to be able to just see him normally in the rover, but not on foot, because it's like you really gotta pay attention if you're going on foot. I like the throwing. I don't know why it's so like fun to throw things around. It just is. This throwing mechanic was so easy. Literally just apply an impulse of velocity and then have a little progress bar holding Q. Yeah, it works so well though. Now I can just like throw it way down into the hallway. Yeah, it's pretty epic. I guess this size is probably about appropriate for the water bottle. It's not like every item will be this size. Some will be larger, some will be smaller, you know, it just depends. Yeah, we'll have to see. We got the notes up here. We'll see if these will be movable or not, I'm not sure. You might be able to put other notes that you find up on here, but I don't know if I'll add a mechanic to move other ones around. It's hard to say. We'll see though. Stay shut. We need to start getting the hatch working at some point too. It does open up and stuff right now, but it doesn't actually do anything meaningful. I want it to be where if it opens up fully, you've like unleashed the doorman into your world, right? So that's the plan. Switch is pretty loud when I'm right next to it. Probably quiet that up. Yeah, this game is coming along. Got a whole bunch of things implemented already. Items. Rovers. Well, there's still a couple more little bugs we gotta fix with the rovers. Yeah, sometimes they don't align. I just need to have better logic for detecting when a rover is unaligned. So like that obviously is unaligned because the rotation on the other axis is like screwed up. But you can see for some reason it's not like realigning him. So I don't know why that's happening. I know he did make that change inside of the tablet to check if it's not already aligned. So maybe that's what's happening. Because I say if it's not aligned, then align the rover whenever I select a rover. But I guess the issue is that it's just not properly detecting that inside of the process. You know, right here. Should be printing one of these and saying, hey, we're not aligned. But it just doesn't seem to be. Let's just say if it's not equal to 0, I guess. And now it does it, so... I guess that's going to be the way to do it. Because now if I go into one, it does realign itself. It shouldn't do that if I go back in, because it's already aligned, yeah. Everything seems to be working, though. I guess that basically fixes that issue. Because if I have it like that, it should be misaligned. You can see it does align itself. I don't know how it knows to align itself when it's in that state. Maybe I also need to have another check in here for if we're not moving. Or if we're not rotating. And then if ABS rotation dot Y fmod no, I don't want to modulate. I just want to check if it's like snapped to one of the cardinals, right? Or I guess that's how we can do it. Yeah, we can say fmod that to pi divided by 2, because it's 90 degrees, is not equal to 0. Then we say aligned is false. So that should also fix alignment if the like vertical rotation of it is off. So you can see that one aligned itself. I can't move it for some reason, though. Is it just constantly saying it's not aligned? Probably. Yep. Let's see what this is actually printing out then. So that's the reason. It's practically 0, but it's just ever so slightly off, and so it thinks that it's not really aligned. So we're gonna say that, but then dot snapped 0.001. Is it snapped F or something? What is it? It is snapped F. Okay, I just had to do it over here. Like that. There we go. So now that'll check for just the very minor misalignments on the vertical. It's still complaining though. Let me print out what this is. Let's print vert rot. So that's 314. Oh. Yeah, I have to do that after fmod. That's what it is. Wait, this is confusing. Oh, let's get rid of that one. There we go. So that'll fmod that to pi 2, and then we do 0.01 snap. Yeah, I gotta look out for those floating point errors. Okay, so it's misaligned, it fixes itself, now I can rotate. Cool. I can't rotate now. Oh, is that because it got misaligned somehow? Weird. So thank you for the spin. I appreciate it. It's really weird that I can't move it now. Let's see, which one is causing that? So Macaroni for real. Welcome, man. How's it going? So yeah, this is, by the way, that game command is not for this game. This game doesn't really have a Steam page yet, so. Oh, that's what it is. So I just have to have a little bit of a, you know, degree, because it is floats. So we'll say 0.1 on that, and that should be fine then. So now it should be like, oh yeah, you're fine. You're aligned. Should be. Oh, once I get back into it, then it should be okay. Nope. Weird. Yeah, why is it still saying that? It's not aligned. Is it in there? It's not that one. It's not that one. It is that one. God dang it. So I thought it would work because this is doing fmod on that. Just print what that is so I can figure out what it's snapping to. Oh, let's see. It's not pi over 2, is it? Oh, it should be. It's so weird. Maybe it's because it's just not quite at that value. It's probably what it is. Well, this is annoying. This is the problem with fmod. Because if I like plus it by 0.001, it'll probably fmod then. Yeah, you can see it just did. Yeah, floats are annoying to deal with. This is where you get into floating point errors and stuff. Precision. It's frustrating. So that doesn't really work. I mean, I could snap off the extra bits here and then just like do it a really loose approximation to like 0.157. Right? Might be the easiest way to do this, and then just say this is snapped. I gotta do some kind of tolerance here, you know? Try that. That doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, there it goes. So yeah, now it is actually at 0, so that does work. I just need to kind of round things off a little bit so I don't get floating point errors. So now if I control this one, it should be fine and we shouldn't have any problems. Including if I kind of drive up against this wall here. And if I rotate again, yeah, we're still totally aligned. Very cool. So yeah, that works pretty well. Just got to be careful about my tolerances. So yeah, I think we'll just make the tolerance 0.001. And that's probably large enough to where we won't get any weird floating point issues. It'll only be if we actually have an issue with the rotation. Because like if I prop this up against the wall or something, it's probably going to be just up a little bit. Like that, it should definitely, yeah, correct. Yeah, that works pretty well. Alrighty. That indeed works. Still don't know why that issue happens with, like, the lag. I don't know what's going on with that. I'll have to figure out how that happens. Also, I need to add some, like, physics interpolation to this or something, because look how snappy and bad that looks. I don't know how to set up the physics interpolation. I think it might just be a project setting. Physics interpolation. There we go. So let's turn that on. Then hopefully if I get out of everything and go back in, things will be smooth. Let's see. I've never used it yet, so I don't know how it works. I mean, it's better, but it's still kind of snappy, isn't it? Interesting. Let's check it and put setting above it to 0 for the item. Mode is inherent. There's no, like, number I can set. Setting above the interpolation? Oh, well, I was sorting, so that's why I didn't see it. Oh, is there like a amount that it... Yeah, the physics jitter fix. It's hard to usually game while smoothing out firmware jitters. Okay, so you're just saying set that to 0. You can see what that looks like. This is not a multiplayer game, so it doesn't matter. Feels like that's not different. Still jittering quite a bit. It might be because I'm actually just setting... I think it's the way that that is happening is the problem. I think I know why. Because I'm actually setting position, I'm not setting velocity on that. And so I think that's why it's jittering. Because if I go into the player scene and we go to why the item or how the item moves around and stuff, what I need to do is just constantly try and move the item toward the direction of my hand instead of actually setting its position. Right? I think I have a check in here for held item. Because right here I say, that's for dropping. This is where I'm setting its position. I do lerp it toward my hand, it looks like. Oh, but I have the lerp just set to 1, so that's probably why it's not working. I would prefer to do that probably with velocity instead. Just want to see what this looks like with 1 at delta time. Yeah, you can see that it kind of... What I need to do is make it so gravity is not affected. Or they don't have gravity anymore. So here when I first pick up the item, I need to say held item that gravity scale is like 0. I think that's what I need to do. Yeah. And then when I drop it over here, let's just do this inside of the item then. Gravity scale is 0. Gravity scale is back to 1. Let's try that. So now you can see this does actually lerp toward my hand much smoother and stuff, which is good. So that works pretty well. Obviously, the lerping is way too slow, so we're going to go fix that. Let's set it to like 10. It's okay if it kind of lags behind my hand just a little bit. There we go. That's much better. And it just looks better too, like the little smoothing of the motion. I still would like to do it via velocity so that things have like collision when you're holding them, you know? So I'll probably work on that, but this is better. Should be more reliable when setting the position directly. Let's look at this. Which function here? Integrate forces. Okay. Interesting. So is this in physics process? Yeah, it is. I mean, I'll probably change it to be instead of position, just, yeah, actually have it try and, like, gravitate toward my hand. I think I can just say, like, held item dot move toward or something. I'm sure there's a way we could do this. Let's apply force. Yeah, positioned force. It's time dependent. Okay. I need like a constant force. Yeah. Add constant force. That's what I need. Let's see what this does. Because force is that, and then position is the offset from the body, origin, and global coordinates. Okay. So we just need to set a vector on this for the force. And basically what I'm going to do for this, I think, is held item dot global position dot direction to our hand, and I think that'll create a force that points to where our hand is. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm curious to see. Let's try it out. Whoa. So technically it does work, but the issue is like it's also, I don't reset the constant force, so I think that's a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. This is gone. Okay. Maybe constant force is not good? There's torque, that's rotational. Meant to be applied every physics update. We can try this one instead. I don't know if I really want a constant force. Let's try this one. So it kind of works, but I think the issue is that it just doesn't, the force doesn't slow down once it approaches my hand, so you kind of get this orbiting effect. So we can just have another, like, factor here that's like, the closer we are to the hand, the less powerful the grab force is, you know what I mean? And that would probably fix that. I do want to see what this looks like with the higher force. Yeah, it just moves faster. So we probably want to set this to a relatively high force, like at least 100. Because you can see then it's still like affected by physics when you're picking up items and stuff, which is what I want. But yeah, we just need to slow down the force when we're approaching our hand, I think. So we're just gonna get distance away. Dot distance to our hand distance, and that'll be how much we apply it. So let's say that divided by like 32 or something. I'll have to figure out what this is going to be. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's try it. Maybe? It's kind of hard to tell. Here, let's print out what distance power is. Okay, so you can see as it does approach my hand, it's practically 0. But it doesn't actually, like, stop the velocity of this. I think that's the problem. I think what I need to say is instead of applying force is say held item dot velocity is just equal to that. And I think that's going to be better. Let's try it. Oh. Linear velocity. Oh yeah, that's way better actually. Look at that. And you can see it still does collide with things since we're using velocity now instead of position. So yeah, that's actually exactly what we want. Cool. I want to see if we even need the distance power thing anymore then. We might, but let's... Oh, it's going to crash. Hold on. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we definitely need that. Okay. Maybe the velocity strength doesn't have to be so high now. Probably even less than that, like 1. Okay, so it does just kind of vibrate in my hand once it does approach. Yeah, so we'll still use distance power. I think the larger this value is, the... Doesn't seem to be affected now. Oh, did I not put it back in? Yeah. Okay, so I just want to do a smaller value to change that strength. So like 16 should be much more snappy. Yeah, like that. That's pretty good. Am I delting it? I am not. But I don't know if velocity actually needs to be delta timed. I'm not sure. I'll have to lock the FPS and see if that matters. Because velocity kind of already takes into account the frame rate. So I think if I'm just straight up setting velocity, I don't think I need to do that. But we'll see. I can just say global dot, or it's like engine dot max FPS or something. Yeah, it's like 4 or 2. Let's just do that and see if it matters. Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter at all because velocity, like I was saying, I'm pretty sure already takes into account delta time. Because yeah, this seems totally normal. It's hard to tell since this FPS is so slow. Let's do like 10. Yeah, that looks pretty just normal to me. Like that's what I would expect, right? And then let's up that FPS or get rid of the cap. See what this looks like. Oh, right. Now it's locked at that value. Infinity FPS. Yeah, it's the exact same at any FPS, I think. Yeah, you can see how it like basically does smoothing now because it's just using velocity, and I have physics interpolation on, so yeah, this works pretty well. Cool. Now I don't have to worry about stuff like this where I can like push it out of the world, because like with velocity, the position it won't be changed, right? So if I walk into a wall with it, it's not going to phase through the wall. It just kind of stays there. And it's changing the rotation. I probably need to lock its rotation when I'm holding it. But yeah. And throwing still seems to work just fine. I can throw things and it's all normal. Alright, cool. Yeah, I would like to change some offsets, like specifically of this guy. It's pretty nasty. I need to have it like pushed out more from me, because otherwise it's like in my head. And also the vertical offset needs to change. Let's while we're in here, go ahead and do get rid of all this other garbage. Say held item dot angular velocity is equal to vector 3.0, just so we don't have any weird rotations happening. So you can see it still like is affected, and we can rotate it, but it just won't retain any velocity, so it's not gonna just start spinning out of control. Yeah, this actually feels really good to mess with. Obviously the big rover is kind of blocking my view a lot, but like if we go grab that water bottle I threw, like this feels pretty responsive and good to use. So yeah, and I could change that velocity thing even more. We could lower that to 4 if we wanted to have even more like snapping power to my hand. See, like this is very fast and responsive. Because the way this is going to work is essentially now for things even further away from the point, it'll multiply that speed like that. It goes really fast. So yeah, I think that'll work. And for some reason then with this, it's broken. I think it's because this object doesn't actually have velocity attached to it, so you can see I kind of just end up, it's not moving. So I'll probably check if it does have velocity stuff or like physics disabled. And if that's the case, then I will actually push position instead. I don't know about the delta. I think velocity takes it into account on its own, but if you modify it with continuous movement, you have the delta of the movement. I don't know. I mean, it didn't really seem to change anything, to be completely honest, when I changed the max FPS. Because if I set it back down to like 5, we can see what it looks like. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to say if you're actually supposed to or not. I'm not sure. Because you can see when I hold it like this, it just feels pretty normal. So it doesn't seem wrong. It's not like slowing down my velocity at such a low FPS like this, so I'm not sure. It seems okay. Oh, yeah, that's true. It's because it's in physics process, so yeah, it won't actually matter. Yeah, so I don't think it really matters then. There's kind of no point in me worrying about all the delta time stuff. I mean, physics does have delta, I guess, in case delta... I guess delta can change on the physics process if, like, the physics loop slows down or something. Maybe? I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure how that all works. Yeah. So yeah, I guess I could take it into account. I could just multiply this by delta, and then everything will be fine. Just up that by like another 1,000, I think, just to be safe. But yeah, now it's like too slow, so I gotta do let's up this by another 1,000. There we go, that's responsive. There's still like a little bit of lag behind my hand, you know, but I don't think it's a huge deal. I could divide this by more so that the effect is more pronounced. But it doesn't really seem to fix the latency issue anyways, so I don't think it matters. 4 does feel like a good value for this, to where it's like snaps to my hand pretty nicely, but it's not too like jittery, right? Feels good. And that's a value we can tweak in playtesting and all that, so, you know, we'll see. Yeah, you can see what it's like when I like get it locked and stuff. And yeah, it feels pretty good though. Maybe I'll increase it a little bit. Maybe go up to like 6. Possibly. Yeah, that feels pretty good. I'll have to figure out how to deal with the latency. It's not a big deal when you're moving side to side. It's actually nice. But when you're moving forward, I don't want items to like fall into you, if that makes sense. And it might be a little like this is a little disorienting. So. So you counting on that with the interpolation you have, 1 physics. Oh yeah. For the for this little line. Yeah, I might have to multiply this by delta also. Well, I don't think this one matters because this is just basically just a number of my distance. And then this is the final delta calculation, so I think that should be okay. But yeah. And I do delta everywhere else, I think. For throwing, delta doesn't matter since it's an impulse. Throw power, it uses delta and stuff like that, so yeah, everything else seems to be totally fine in here. So we should be good to go. Yeah, I think this is just a number, right? It's just like oh, you're saying, so you're also counting that with the interpolation. So project-wide input delay, you're talking about like doing inputs like this stuff is gonna have like a delay. Is that what you're talking about? Or like, I mean, I don't think it'll be very much of a noticeable delay. But yeah. But I could offload these into the process event and then have their logic happen in the physics, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah. 16 milliseconds is a pretty minor delay. It's not really enough for me to really notice it, honestly. This interpolation has to have 1 frame delay to work. Okay. So yeah, I could probably move these over then into the regular process event. All my inputs and stuff. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if it really matters right now, but I'll write it down just to remember that. All right, I think that's gonna be it for today. Got a whole bunch of stuff done. Items are working. I just need to like, you know, make them do stuff now. So it's not like something you have to solve, just that it happens. Oh yeah, with VSync specifically. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it shouldn't be a huge deal, I think. I mean, it's at 60 FPS by default, which is like 1 frame at 60 FPS is kind of nothing. This game isn't, I don't think, is super dependent upon like input delay or anything, so I'm not really going to worry about it, yeah. But yeah, I do appreciate though the heads up on that. I didn't really know that it does have a full frame delay. Yeah, let's go find somebody to raid really quick here. Raid really quick here. Be quiet, me. Let's look around. Let's look around. I don't know. We could raid, Boolean is working on stuff. Oh yeah, he's working on like a pretty neat game. We could raid Boolean. Alright, thank you everybody for coming to the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody for all the raids. Satellix and, Lyra. I do appreciate it. Read this sometime. I'll open that link up. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. Alrighty. Let's go raid out on Boolean. It's also working on a roguelite in Godot. A roguelike. Traditional roguelike. It's different. Alright. Although, Zach, I'm gonna eat dinner, and then I am free to hop in VC and, like, really discuss all the stuff if you are. So. But yeah. Yeah, thank you, everybody, for coming. I do appreciate it. We'll be live again tomorrow, 3 p.m. MST. Maybe working more on Maze Game? Don't know yet. See. I'll decide. I do need to work on Starground more, because I have to get the update ready. So we'll see. Snooze that pesky ad. Yeah, sounds good, everybody. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And I'll see all of you tomorrow. Also, feel free to buy Starground and join the Discord. I forgot to say. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.